Okay, we're live.
I'm testing.
Testing. Okay, looks good. All right. Let's go ahead and get planning here. Enemy is going to be coming. The Germans are coming out of the south here. Uh, you know, I mean, they could come anywhere from here to here, but most likely they're probably going to be using these roads. And our mission is to delay and defend uh, well, up here, although that's technically off the area of operations. So our area of operations is around here. So we just have to find defensible terrain around here. And
Are
it,
you?
go
I
ahead.
don't think you're streaming on Discord.
No, not on Discord. I'm on YouTube. This is YouTube.
Oh,
So
okay. Sorry, I'm not looking at. I was
yeah.
very confused.
Oh, I should stream on Discord, right? Because here I am going over this stuff with you guys, and how do you see it? Good point. Let me share my screen. Go live. There we go. All right. Well, anyway, this is basically our department right here, which I've circled. Enemy is likely to come up along those arrows. The bottleneck is up here. I think they have to get through right here, especially right here. This is going to be their Schwerpunkt. This is where they have to go through. So, um, oh boy.
So, Toyaste is a Alamo, basically.
Yeah, it will be. That's okay. That's our job for the motherland.
Well,
Um,
I think, if you don't mind me saying, Commandant,
go ahead.
or whatever the Soviet commander is, they're probably going to take the two roads that lead to Solstoy. The main road that leads by Kasi basically pins their right flank to a marsh. With Solstoy, they have more room to maneuver.
Right. We could set up
That and they
a
naturally can be.
spoiling
Sorry about that.
flank attack somewhere. Let me take a quick look at this map. I think they're going to ignore this road here. They're going to ignore that, and this here, like I've said, is going to be their Schwerpunkt. This is going to be their main attack, meaning if we have something in here, we could launch a spoiling counterattack. Now we've got this little marsh here. We could also post something here, maybe. But the idea is, if we launch a spoiling counterattack from their flank, or even from this side as well, uh, you know, we could really interfere with their plans and slow them down. And since we're here to delay them, I think that makes a lot of sense. It's a suicidal proposition, of course, but we're not expected to win in the traditional sense. There's no expectation that we survive this. The expectation is simply that we slow them down. I think this would accomplish it. What are your thoughts on that?
I think a spoiling attack from the west around. Sorry, did you circle around Narska?
Any of these positions are okay. From the west, I think I circled around here at Ludai or whatever, but anywhere.
I think
I'm
Holstray might be the best place to stage a counterattack,
okay. Where's
simply
that at?
because it's north of. Is it on? No, I don't think it's in our. No, that's off our. Sorry, I bit my tongue.
Pay attention to the marshland,
Yeah,
though. We want the troops to either use that as a defensive barrier, or if we expect them to assault or attack, they have to be, to the east of it. We don't want. I mean, this is going to be hard to cross.
yeah.
So if we want to defend, we can defend behind it. Otherwise, we need to. If we're going to attack, we need to be in front of it.
Hello, comrades. Have you thought about who is going to lead what company, or can I just assign? Oh, actually, better question is, who is going to be your commander-in-chief, or are you basically all equal?
Marshall's in command.
Okay, then I'm gonna give Marshall the first rifle company, and then Muscovite is going to get the second rifle company, and Tolstoy is going to get the fourth rifle company. Also, under your control, you also have an anti-tank gun platoon.
And that's who has that?
That's basically been allocated to your regiment, so you can give it to whoever you want to.
Okay.
Just generally there to support you.
Otherwise, the formations are pretty much identical.
Yeah, basically they are.
Okay.
And yeah, I need you to as soon as possible decide whereabouts you're going to set up your main defensive line to help speed up the beginning of the game, because that information Germans will receive some vague information where your troops have been spotted, so that speed up. That's kind of realistic.
Okay. We need about maybe 5 minutes tops.
All right, nice. I'll come back in 5 minutes. Tops.
Thank you.
We can launch the spoiling attack at Insu.
Let's see, where's that? I wish you could draw on here. Where's it at?
If you go to
I see Patsut in the middle.
Ludi.
Yeah.
If you go to Ludias and then go right about a grid and then go up a grid, you'll see it.
What am I looking for? Insu?
Yes, it's kind of like it's a black rectangle on the map.
I see that. Yeah, that looks like a decent position. Yeah, we can do that, and it looks like you have a little bit of high ground. You can pop up over it, and you can fire in this way.
Yeah.
So who wants to take the AT gun and establish that position?
Me.
Okay. All right. And you are commanding the 4th?
I'm second company.
Okay, so that's the second company. Okay. Oh man, I hate that I can't. Okay. So this here will be second company. All right. And you'll have the AT gun. All right. And let me see here. That's Muscovite. Good job, comrade. All right. Now, the problem is the Germans are going to know that's our forward position unless we put something even further forward. We could put something forward and have it fall back right away. The idea is to slow the Germans. So if we were to post you in Sulzi, let's say, and you just have a position and then you fall back, and I would make our defense like right here, something like this. That would be the hill I would die upon. So this would be first rifle right here, I think. And then if we put fourth.
So I'd just like to ask, who is first, second, and fourth out of you guys?
I'm first.
Mm-hmm.
Aleski Vasyan is second, and he will command the anti-tank unit.
Mm-hmm.
And then Tolstoy is the 4th regiment, 4th rifle.
Thank you very much. I will be all of you guys as umpire, by the way.
Thank
So
you,
I will
Rankin.
go away now.
Okay, Wolfden, what do you think?
Sorry, I've been tracing stuff on my map.
No, it's okay. What do you think of this strategy? Because the Germans are going to have advanced knowledge. I want that knowledge to be of something that's not going to be there when they arrive.
Yeah.
Or something that's going to, if you
I think we should. Sorry about that.
You just fall back. You could even be a fighting withdrawal, but I would definitely withdraw and get back to my lines here. I could order my troops to prepare defensive positions for you to move into when you arrive.
I mean, honestly, if they want to take that road through Solstui, then with all that marsh around it, then I can probably launch a pretty good ambush.
Okay, if you want to do
If
that.
need be. Sorry, actually, yeah, that's not part of a delaying action though. It's attempting to destroy the enemy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm good with starting this in Solstui and falling back. If I can ambush a front column, just a leading element, then I would try and do that. But if I can't and I don't see that opportunity, no, because they'll know I'm there, because that's what you said. I'm very scatterbrained at the moment. Sorry about that.
It's okay. I only had 4 hours of sleep myself. But then again, this is fine. That's fine. I'll leave that to your discretion. We're each going to be operating more or less independently, even though we've established a chain of command. The fact is, geographically, we are so separated that each of us needs to execute an independent mission that's different from all the others. There's no expectation of survival, and therefore there's no expectation of coordination beyond the initial plan.
Yeah.
So after this, it's every rifle company for itself. I will try to have defensive positions prepared for anybody who falls back to our line. So we'll call this the Metapera line. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that correctly. Muscovite, am I pronouncing that correctly? Metapera?
I have no idea. It's Estonian map, I guess. It's
Yeah.
different language.
Oh, it's not even similar? Okay.
Yeah, it's not Russian. It's Estonian.
Yeah, I'm good with, English and Spanish names because where I live in California, everything's Spanish, named Spanish.
Oh, despite the being I would say close enough, but it's different tradition, different culture, so totally different pronunciation.
Yeah, no worries, no worries. I like to learn. So, okay, guys, let's go ahead and what do you think of this plan? Does everyone agree with this plan, or any questions or objections?
Well, if you wanna do like decentralized defense and stuff like this, it's looks really cool because we can delay them by making them concentrate their forces on each of us separately by a long time. So we can delay them pretty much till the end of the game, but we need to understand one thing that once we will entrench. So I mean, not entrench, but since we will deployment, we'll have ability to lure enemy in our defensive position. I mean, deduct foxholes, which will be digged by our men. They're really good at providing cover. So the foxholes really important for your defense.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we'll definitely
All right.
dig in and have those prepared.
All right, Soviets, have you decided where you're going to deploy your troops?
Yes, Otto, I'm streaming my screen.
Yep, I can see that.
Okay, the main line of defense will be back here at this town. I think it's called Metapera. I don't know. This is where my rifle regiment will be. The
All right,
second
gotcha.
company will be here south of Insu or around Insu in a flanking position. Their hope is to ambush. They'll be trying to stay concealed. The
All
leading
right.
element will be just south of Soltsi or in the vicinity of Soltsi, anchored on that pond in those woods there. They will be holding that position for the start of the game.
All right, gotcha.
We'll each be operating fairly independently, so it's a decentralized defense, We're spread
Yeah.
out.
Yep. All right, and also, I'm not sure if that's well. I should, or you might already know this, but as the Soviets in the early war, you're going to be completely reliant on runners, so that might bring some kind of communication problems.
It's
But
okay.
yeah.
I don't think we need runners. We just need shooters.
Oh, there's a boo right there.
Better find
Do
a
you mind if
bike
I
or a
take?
motorcycle.
Yeah.
Actually, I don't know how big these grid squares are. Are they like a kilometer each? Probably.
Mm. Well,
Oh, here's the
as you
scale down
remember,
here.
they are. Yeah.
Yeah, each one's a square kilometer. Yeah. Here's the scale. I can't quite. Oh, two. Oh, I think they're 2 kilometers over here on the right. Am I right or am I wrong? I
It's not.
can't tell. It's not clear to me.
Uh,
It
no,
looks like it.
the square is supposed to be a kilometer.
Yeah, that's what I figured, and that's what looks obvious from the settlements and the spacing between them. But this little thing up here throws me off. It's got a line and it's got 2 kilometers here.
The map was kind of adjusted, so it was like original map, but it's was adjusted for the needs of rule system. So it's because you're looking right now at the Y, which means height, not
Oh,
length.
okay, okay, all right, all right. Well, yeah, nobody's gonna run 1, 2, 3, 4, 4.5, 5 kilometers to get a message back. We're gonna assume that you are either destroyed or you are on your way back to us until you arrive. There's no need to micromanage either of you. There's no
Yeah.
need to give you any orders. You know what your mission is. You just perform your mission.
Yep.
So we're
I
all independent at this point.
I'm really tempted to launch that ambush. It's probably a terrible idea, but it's a
I don't
tempting
think it would
road.
hurt to attempt because you're dead anyway, right?
Yeah.
Do what hurts
So
the
it's
enemy most.
so it's by the way, the game is scheduled to now begin in 10 minutes. So you now have if you can start writing in your own channels your beginning orders for this first turn, and also, if possible, send a picture of where you want your troops to be positioned exactly.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Those are too big a formation. '22 MSD. Okay. 83rd. Where's 83rd? This is me.
Hey, so I'm all of your umpires. You can just show me in the stream like how you're positioning, and then like I'll just copy it from there.
Yeah, sure, no problem. Um,
Would you be able to zoom in slightly once you've finished so I can just see the numbers and stuff?
no problem. And yeah, I can also do a screen cap. And this is only good for my position. The other two players have their own, so they'll need to submit a screen cap. Do you see this?
Oh, all right. They can do that. I'm just
It's
going to
just
steal
1,
it
2,
from you.
3, 4, right to left. 1, 2, 3.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, no problem. Okay, hello to everyone on the live stream. Hello, real cheese consumer. I didn't know you could play Kriegsspiel in World War II. And actually, yes, and we've done it for a long time. I've done in person. I even have a whole World War II physical set. You can actually Kriegsspiel just about anything. It's harder to come up with what you can't Kriegsspiel. It's about it's a way of wargaming. It's better to think of Kriegsspiel as a way of wargaming, in which it's played double blind. It's umpired. It emphasizes fog of war, and you have delayed communications and orders implementations. So those are the general features or universal features of a Kriegsspiel. So if you have double blind, umpired, delayed order implementation, and an emphasis on the fog of war, then you basically have a Kriegsspiel. So you can do it with just about anything. Emmanuel, yeah, we did a massive D-Day Kriegsspiel a year ago. Yeah. Daniel's son was late, but of course we're streaming so you can watch. Emmanuel asks if these are the notorious NKVD railway troops. I don't know. They might be. I don't think they have many trains right now, but here they are doing I guess NKVD things, whatever. So
Basically guarding railroads.
yeah, basically. So that's what we'll be doing here. And if you'll notice that a weakness of my defense is that we're oriented towards the road rather than the railroad, but then I expect enemy troops are going to come by road, not by train. Still, they may try to send troops along this route, in which case I would have to quickly reposition. But I would imagine that the troops here could fire across this little pond or lake of water here, this area, and would pretty much have a good line of fire down this way. And their range would probably be about to there. So this whole sector they could shut down, you know. So that's what I would expect from them. They wouldn't even have to do all that. They would just have to do, like right here, literally. I guess the map gets a little, the module gets a little wonky. Right out to about there. I don't think that's unreasonable. All right, well, there we have it. The plan is drawn. I'm going to stop sharing my screen, which is to Discord. And I'm probably in for a very long and quiet and relatively boring game because I'm the last line of defense, and by the time the Germans get up to me, they will either be spent or they will be steamrolling. And if they are steamrolling, well, it won't last for long. And if they're spent, well, maybe I'll be lucky. But I don't expect much in the way of activity given my position. I think the game will be pretty quick, though. 3 to 4 hours, I would imagine.
I think once I get repulsed in
Yeah, just start falling back,
once I'm repulsed in Sully, I'll withdraw to the I'll just withdraw all the way up to Kondi to help with the spoiling attack if I can. So I act as a hey, look, here's the main Soviet force, and then
Yeah,
that way second platoon can
you
go
could
and
even roadblock them, around Kandy or something, so that they have to deploy to attack you, and they're concentrating on you while the attack comes in from the flank or the even behind. Yeah, you got options there.
I just gotta survive at Solsti. I'm probably slaughtering these pronunciations, but I'm trying my best.
Yeah, no worries. Okay.
My main hope was for Solsti. They think that I'm there, so they deploy, and they go into Solsti, nothing's there. I'm like, oh, they
Right.
must have withdrawn. They go in the column to get through the road, down the road as quickly as possible, and I can pop them there.
Yeah, well, they are. They're going to expect to engage you there. They're like, oh
Yeah.
man, they're defending that far south. And yeah, the idea is we surprise them 2 or 3 times in a row, which should have some value. That's the only way we can equalize the odds.
Yeah.
Yep, good old defense in depth, says Emmanuel. That's right.
The fun part is when they have paratroopers and they just land in Viljandi.
Oh well, you can't win them all.
It's like, surprise, this is the Netherlands scenario.
Yeah. If you turn the map 90 degrees, you'll notice this is the map from a bridge too far.
Nuts.
Right. Well, this is a historical battle, so I'm sure there's history about it. I'm not familiar with the history, which makes it good to play. Generally, I discourage playing historic battles because you're going to run into that one guy who's like been there and knows the battle like really, really well. They're going to tell you what you got wrong and they're going to be right. And it's just not worth it to deal with that guy. He's great, I'm glad, but yeah, it's just nah. That's why, you won't see us do a historic Waterloo because everybody knows Waterloo and that guy. There'll be like 3 of them and they're going to tell you everything you did wrong. We just don't need that kind of negativity in our life.
Well, of course, I'm not being negative. I'm just positive you got it wrong.
Right?
No, I barely know anything about Waterloo. So.
Yeah, I think it's a theme park with water slides.
Exactly. It's just like the Gold Rush was secretly a water park.
Right? That's it. Isn't that a ride at Disneyland?
Hmm.
Oh man. On the one hand, I feel bad for people who've never been to Disneyland, but on the other hand, it's like it's a little outrageous.
Apparently, it's gone down recently.
Oh yeah. Well, it's just crazy expensive and overcrowded anymore. They're focused more now on profit than the uh, person's experience, and it makes sense because if you make the tickets cheap and you limit access to the park, well, then it's not very profitable. I mean, it should be profitable. It's a theme park, but those things are expensive. Obviously.
Hello, are the Soviets ready to start
Yes.
the battle?
Ready to die.
All right, Renkan, can you go to the umpires channel?
Yep.
All right. Well, even if we had radios in this period, they didn't work as well as people think or have the range people assume.
The walkie-talkie that the Brits had only reached up to a mile and could easily be jammed.
Yeah. No. We need to find a motorcycle or even just a bike. I'm sure those things would exist.
I bet someone in Viljandi would have one. Everyone else probably not, but there's got to be some state building in there. One more thing. I should have said this before. For the road at Mitsukuru,
Yeah.
I imagine if they do launch an assault column up there, that'll be mostly a distraction.
Yeah.
So,
Well, in either case, they still pass through our ambush point.
yeah.
The southern one. And then
One more thing.
you just come up from the south. Go ahead, Muscovite. Go ahead.
Sorry, one important thing that's since the start of the war and well, Germans enjoying a lot of things which we don't. So I mean, artillery, a lot of artillery.
Well, if they don't see you
Hello.
until it's too late, it's kind of hard for them to drop artillery on you. But I assume they're
Nope.
moving fast, so I don't think there will be artillery.
So, due to superior wisdom of Comrade Stalin and everything, etc., you are ready before Germans. How are you feeling about this game? How's it going?
Everything's great. Everything's going just to plan.
Exactly.
The German invasion of the Soviet Union was clearly a planned out strategy to defeat the fascists, and so
Excellent. You do not. You will have a job tomorrow.
We are looking forward with grim resolve and determination to doing whatever it takes to defend the motherland.
Nice
oh,
save.
I
You
think
get to
we
keep
have
the
a.
job. We
I
will
think
have an
we-
interview though.
I mean, if you like movies, you might make it out okay. If you can tell me these 10 movie references, you get to live.
Yeah, actually, I'm here. One of you are going to get shot preemptively for treachery. Actually, so let's roll with that. Hello.
Well, it's a nice day out here by the beach, so.
I mean, it's about to rain where I am.
Yeah, we had a lot of rain this year. We're not going to get any more, though. Good old California.
I could just turn my guys into partisans. Do you think they would allow that?
Yeah, well, that's what your survivors will be doing for the rest of the war. After the Germans finish rolling through here.
Yeah.
Do I hear defeatism?
Oh,
Excuse me.
yeah.
Excuse me. Partisan
Wow.
warfare. What is this implying exactly? What is this implying?
I would never. We clearly will have great victory. There clearly will be great victory that is had this day, but I will not say by whom.
We're going to do whatever it takes to resist the enemy. We will not be captured alive. Oh, man. Wasn't there a guy in World War II who fought for like 3 different sides or something ridiculous like that?
Yeah, well, it's 'cause I think he was Japanese?
He was Korean.
Korean, thank you. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
He was Korean, captured by.
He was he was captured in Manchuria, like
Yeah.
as part of the Japanese army by Soviets. He was taken from Gulag to Red Army. He got captured by Germany and was sent to Normandy, and then got captured by Allies. But then was unfortunately not put in another army, so we can't have 4 army men. What a shame.
What a shame.
What an overachiever, huh?
What are you even fighting for? I don't know.
I just like fighting.
Like, so what we need is some guy with a long bow and A broadsword, just not a broadsword, a two-handed sword,
Yeah.
a long sword. My goal for this whole entire battle is just this. They can never say exactly where my company is.
Yeah.
Will it work? No, but I can dream.
Oh, you'll be surprised, if they are two-dimensional in their planning, if they expect us to just have a big line that all they need to do is punch through or something, then this is a lot harder on them than it is on us. I'll tell you
Yeah.
that, because they have no idea what they're getting into. They know that, so yeah, no, I
Just-
think we're going to do great. I think our plan is really good. It's not based on control, it's based on the objective, which is to slow and destroy the enemy. Too many commanders want control, so they want everything together with them. They want the other commanders with them. They want control, and that's not how you win.
Nice. Looking at this high-quality mug that I've acquired from the famous Kriegsspiel Society, you are in command, not in control. Remember,
That's right.
get yours today.
There you go. That's right, folks. You can go to etsy.com/Kriegsspiel and buy a mug.
But
I can't
remember,
believe I'm looking at advertising and shilling out on my beautiful Kriegsspiel server. What the hell?
what the funniest part is we're doing it while playing communists.
Hey, there's not communists buy and sell things.
Oh yeah.
There's profit made. It's just a question of who gets it. Does the capitalist get it because they simply own something, or do the workers who produce the product get it? Or in reality, does the state take most of it in the name of the workers and then allocate it to, defense and other things? So,
Possibly the last thing. That would
yeah,
never happen.
yeah,
Actually, I've got a box that was made in East Germany.
yeah.
So yeah, I
What
don't know,
just
that's kind of a
what
random
kind of
fact.
box? I'm kind of interested. Why do you have this East German box?
Well, it's after the wall fell, the East Germans were trying to make a living, and so they're selling a lot of their old Soviet stuff. And my mom used to live in West Germany, and so uh, they're basically having a yard sale with some of the stuff. So she bought an old box, which is kind of the Russian version of the Princess and the Frog.
Hmm.
But
That's cool.
my grandfather was an opera singer, and he actually got invited to sing in East Berlin while it was still occupied.
Wow.
And it was when you were driving to East Berlin, there was a time frame you had to be there because you have to drive through Soviet territory, and so every exit is covered by a machine gun. And so if you break down, you have to stay in your car, and you basically have to call the Soviet checkpoint to get a pickup. But if you turned off the road into the wrong exit, you were shot.
Oh, so this is before 1949.
This was after.
Oh, why are you saying occupied? I'm confused. What they? Wait, never mind. I'm lost. Never mind.
Sorry, I use the term. I'm using the term occupied for East Berlin because that's when they put a wall between.
No, sorry. I thought you were talking
East
about
and
like
West
the
Berlin.
road to East Berlin.
Yeah. Well, it's the road to East Berlin was still. It was in Soviet control.
Yeah, you had to go through, to get there.
Because they're going from West Germany to Berlin.
No, I just thought. Oh no, you'd be killed by East Germans. Oh no. Oh no, I don't know anything about this. Just got confused. Sorry.
That's right. Well, it's my grandpa went swimming in one of the canals in Berlin. He had a couple of shots fired at him because he got too close to the border.
Holy shit, that's kind of spooky.
Yeah.
Uh.
Well, the Russians didn't play.
No.
I wouldn't either.
I
I
mean,
had a
one.
friend in high school. She was from East Germany. She was an exchange student, and it was after the wall had fallen, but she was from East Germany, had grown up there, and said that there were parts of the cities that were just still in ruins from World War II because they weren't allowed to rebuild them. And, you know, if I were the Russians, I wouldn't allow them to rebuild them either. After everything they did.
I read a very interesting little book by some Polish guy just after World War II, where he said the Soviets are not going to turn all of Eastern Europe into satellite states because they've already defeated Germany. There's no threat anymore. There's no way. This is in 45 or 6 he wrote this book. There's no way they're gonna turn Poland into a satellite state.
Oh yeah, that reminds me. Actually, there was a prisoner 4059. Prisoner 4059 was a Polish intelligence officer who
Is this the
intentionally.
Auschwitz guy?
Yeah, the Auschwitz guy.
Yeah, I know him. I know.
Do you know what happened to him?
No, I don't. Was he executed? I guess by the
Yes, he was
PRO.
executed for treason against Soviet Poland.
Hmm.
I can't remember the exact name, so sorry about that. That's why I use.
I don't know them either.
But it was basically he basically led a, I can't remember if it was like a protest movement or what it was against the Soviets.
There was two
And
armies. The one Soviet, pro-Soviet army, and Army of Craiova, as I remember, that like more like pro-Allied army, which basically both tried to liberate Poland before Soviets took it. In fact, when Soviets won, the guys who were
Okay,
pro-Allied,
Renkan, let's get
they were
this game started.
Alright, let's. You are enough fun time moving into your channels. Gonna begin now.
All right.
I don't even know if I can do screenshots if I'm still moving pieces around.
No worries. I don't think that I'm gonna have much going on this game.
No, have faith. Have faith.
That's okay. It's fine. I'm okay with having a long, boring game as long as we're doing great everywhere else. That happens to one player. One player in every game plays Marching Simulator. Or
I weep actually. I weep. The excitement. Oh yes, well, I'm finally doing something. Alright, guys, game's been called.
what, Brendan? Oh, I don't think I can, son. This one? Oh my gosh, my son is bringing me food. He's practicing his culinary skills.
Wholesome.
He made lemon raspberry pancakes, little mini ones. All right. Well, hello to everyone, and here is Achilles. You know, Achilles, you can always just join me on Discord. And that's actually true for any of you who want to come on Discord and pop in, say hi. Um, we are playing, just so everyone knows what's going on. The baddies, that is the guys with skulls in their caps, are coming in from the south. They could take this road, this road, this road. They could probably even follow the railroad tracks, but I imagine they have vehicles, which are not going to do so great on railroad tracks. But we'll see. I can be surprised. Our area of operations is limited to this area here, which is more or less like this. Let's see here. So the enemy is going to be coming up this way in what's essentially a funnel with this town here as their objective. What we expect they will do is just based on the road network is come this way. They're going to come this way at us. Our mission is not necessarily to survive the battle, but to slow down and delay the enemy. Therefore, we have established a defense in depth. And let me go ahead and erase everything here. It's so hard to erase in some of these
No.
maps. Go ahead.
Just kind of uneventful, but it's a hot day. It's a bit too hot. There are mosquitoes everywhere coming from the swamps and bogs around you, and you may be sweating a bit. Your guys may be sweating from building trenches, but that's all you get now.
Okay,
Enjoy the misery.
I want the men to take water, but I also want, send out water parties. But I also want them to dig additional trenches and defenses, even though they'll be unmanned, because
Oh, I see.
any units
All right.
falling back to our position will also need defenses. So they need to dig a second foxhole
In front
trench.
of them.
Well, to the side of them.
Oh, okay, I see. All right.
Yeah, wherever. Okay. All right, so we're going to be expanding our defenses. Anyway, uh, what we really expect them to do is they're going to come up this way. They could come this way. And they could come this way. But we really think the logical path is right here through the town of Soltsi, Ludai, and then Matapera. Therefore, those are our three key defensive positions. They could come this way, but we also have plans for them there. So what's going to happen is this. We've established a defense in depth, and I will show you what we've done. We have what is essentially going to be a blocking force and an ambush. I don't know what that ambush is going to look like, but I've assigned a rifle company to make it happen. They have the pond here, this water feature in this marsh to anchor upon, so their left flank should be secure. And then with the enemy coming along these roads or whatever, they're probably not going to be coming through these woods. So they have a pretty defensible front. And then they're probably going to try some sort of an attack of their own. After that, however, they have orders to retreat. The survivors have orders to fall back, regardless of how they do, to my defensive position, which is here, anchored on the marsh and anchored on the pond. Okay, and that way we have, as they come in, they get into these various fields of fire, and hopefully we can shoot them down and hold this position for some time. The second position that we occupy is actually here, around Insu. We have an anti-tank battery, or gun at least, which is established here. And then the troops here will be launching a spoiling attack on the enemy as soon as they are in an ambush position. So as the enemy moves through here, these units will attack. They will come out and they will attack and hopefully do some significant damage to the enemy. In that case, what we expect the Germans to have to do is they'll come up here, they'll have to deploy, they'll take a loss from the counterattack, they'll have to refuse, and then they'll have to sort themselves out, reorganize, and then push on. Then they'll come up here, they'll be attacked on the flank, they'll have to detail something to protect their flank, they will suffer additional losses. Then they will come up here where they hit the main line of resistance, which is my defenses. And hopefully by that time they've been weakened and delayed enough that we can claim some kind of a victory. Ultimately, they are going to get through. Ultimately, they are going to win. The idea is making that victory as costly as possible for them so that in the broader scope of things, they lose time and resources that they will not have later when we are more able to resist and even counterattack them and push them all the way back to Bremen. So that's the plan. I hope it's a good plan. Now, what would Achilles do? What would any of you do that's different? So that's a great question. And yes, they could come on the flank here. They could do something like this. You know, that's possible. They could do that. Actually, I don't know how they get from here to over here. Maybe along this route here. But that's just almost silly. It's quite a long movement. I wouldn't put it past them though. So we'll have to be prepared for that. EJ Letty says, I think the challenge grows when one has radios. A modern warfare tempo can be hectic also. So,
Right.
go ahead.
Just to inform you that you remember your experience commanding something that, like, you will not be able to make any valuable entrenchments at all of the time you presumably have, and just exhaust your troops. That is just a mysterious thought that comes into your head. I will leave now.
And well, we'll have to check that thought against Soviet teaching.
You know what? I approve of this line of thought. This is don't a lot. I approve of this.
Yeah. Okay, so I guess we're not going to have additional defenses for our troops as they fall back to us. Because that's the other thing is particularly down here with this attack in the south, as these forces have to fall back because they're not going to win. They are to fall back and join in this main line of defense. And one of the things that I could do is detail something to face this direction or to watch this way. That's not unreasonable. Let's see here. Really? I hate when I can't draw and erase on the map. But, yeah. So, presumably we would have some other force over here or something. But, this is just the bottleneck. We would have forces here and here. Those are great defensive positions because the enemy has to go through them. But that's not part of our area of operations, so not going to worry about it. All right. I was just reading Ottovaski's advice to us, which is don't be clever, be simple. You know, yeah, Red Army is a hammer rather than as a rapier or a scalpel. Makes some sense. I get it. And I think our plan is really pushing the envelope. But I still think it's simple. Defend, counterattack, counterattack. I mean, it's very simple. You give one order. As the enemy springs each trap, there's one order, it's attack. So I don't think it requires any particular sophistication or clever maneuvering. It's attack, then it's fall back, then it's defend. Those are the three orders we're going to use today: attack, fall back, defend. And that's it. That's it. That's all we're doing. Like, you don't even need players at this point. Achilles says, let's face it, players just get in the way of a good plan. It's probably true. It's probably true. Man, war would be fun if not for all the other people that are involved. If you just have it without all the people, it would be a good time had by all. No, but people want to eat and they need to rest. They want to go home. They cry. Don't want to deal with any of that. Oh boy. All right.
Hello, any orders?
Negative. Thank you. Yeah, my plan of sitting here and waiting for the enemy to walk into rifle range is pretty good plan for killing the enemy. Like, it's a really good plan. It features all the essential components that an order needs to be successful. There's a task, there's a purpose. Um, all we need is for the enemy to cooperate and walk into rifle range, and we just shoot them down. And the way we achieve that is by not letting the enemy know that he's actually playing a part in our plan. So we got foxholes for that. We got cover for that. And that's a pretty good plan. It's simple, it's straightforward, no fancy footwork, and it allows me time to take a nap. So Achilles says it's working brilliantly so far. Yeah, I mean, we are holding this position. Like, we are holding it like mad. Like, holy cow, we are holding this position like nothing that's ever been held before. Man, we're holding it pretty hard. So what did you do this week? I know I played Kriegsspiel. Oh, was it fun? Well, I sat and stared at the same screen for 3 hours. I had a great time. Unlike most people, though, it doesn't bother me. If I play Marching Simulator the whole game, or I just sit and reserve the whole game, it just doesn't bother me. Because I know that's part of the experience. And frankly, my team's probably better off if I make fewer decisions. There has to be something to that because you have to make a decision, yes, but there are players who you'll encounter who will give an order at every opportunity to give an order. So you'll go to them and say, hey, nothing's changed. Do you have any orders? And then they'll change something. And they will be constantly giving orders because they have this feeling, I guess, this perception or idea that if they are not maneuvering or doing something, they are not contributing to the defense. Just somehow they're falling behind or whatever. I don't know. They're not helping. Achilles just posted he also serves who sits and waits. So I would quote John Milton, the original, who wrote, he also serves who stands and waits. But yeah, sits and waits, I suppose, works as well. But but that's it. I think there's such a thing as giving way too many orders, over commanding your troops. People will do it, I think, out of boredom and out of fear, and the fog of war messes with your head. You sit somewhere and the enemy just doesn't show up, doesn't show up, doesn't show up. You start second guessing the plan and your role in it. You start thinking, well, your brain plays tricks on you. Is the enemy maneuvering around my flank? Is he behind me? Has something gone wrong? Are we being defeated up front? And do they need my help? Should I go help? Because everybody has these natural impulses. We naturally want to help. We want to be involved. We don't want to be left out. So, as a commander, you can take advantage of that and get the enemy to do things because the enemy gets bored, especially in a game context. In an actual military context, you really would just sit here all day. But when you're playing a game like Kriegsspiel, and this is one of the shortfalls of any kind of wargaming, is people will get bored or tired, or they'll want to experiment, or they want to be cute or funny. They want to be amused. And so they will do things that they would not actually do in real life, which is one of the problems, because in Kriegsspiel, it's really you want to simulate, what would you do if you were really there? And when people, of course, know that it's a game, they do silly stuff. This is why we play Kriegsspiel campaigns, because if you're not playing a campaign, people have a really nasty habit of finding where the enemy's going and then pushing all their pieces there. And there's always this big epic final battle where all the pieces on the board have been jumbled together in the middle to, force a bunch of die rolls and get a result, and then that's it. And everybody just has a great time doing that. So, on the one hand, that's a huge success, right? It keeps people coming back and playing. They're getting what they want, but it ain't
Hello.
Kriegsspiel. Go ahead, Rinkin. What do you got?
You've received that runner. If you have any questions that I can answer, there's no other news other than the runner coming.
There's a runner coming, or has he got
He's
here?
come already. He has arrived. The message I sent you, I should have sent. Yes, I did send you a message.
Oh, there's a dispatch for me. Oh my
Yes.
goodness, first rifle company. Okay, let me see what it says. Enemy columns advancing along the Kasi Inoisu roads. Okay, let's see here, Uisu, and I don't know where the Kasi Road is, but I think it's this one.
It's the one by Pite that goes to Pite's too.
Ah, okay, so it's the two, oh, okay, the two opposite roads. Okay, we stick with the plan. Yeah, we sit harder. All right, I'm not going to send a runner back myself with a reply. There's no need in creating work for the umpires, and it makes no difference overall. The player who sent the dispatch can assume that his dispatch got through. If this were the real thing, I might think about replying, but in the context of the game, I just don't know. Even in the real thing, it's like, why am I going to waste a runner to say message received when the unit is likely to be overrun anyway by the time it arrives? What this does mean, though, is we did not expect that the enemy was going to come here. We thought it was a possibility. But that means that the enemy is going to bypass this initial line of defense, which is here. So he will get hit here. The good news is his strength is halved. So that means that this defense here will actually be more powerful. This counterattack will do a little more damage than it would have ordinarily done. So that's cool. On the other hand, this unit is going to come through unmolested by this attack. However, we do have an attack going in here. We have a spoiling attack there. So this unit will also suffer more because of this. What we're going to lose, however, is these guys are not coming back. These guys are already doomed at what point the Germans have taken this road. So that's not going to happen. But on the other hand, this will be all right. What could happen is if their command and control is still intact and the soldiers are not just running in terror for their lives, what could happen is they could make some kind of attack of their own out of the south. But I would put the odds pretty firmly against that. I think this formation here is completely written off, other than they will be making their big attack, and hopefully it goes a little better for them because the Germans are divided. But I think that force is gone. All right, so Achilles is still quoting Milton. Better to rule in hell than serve in heaven. I heard reign in hell than serve in heaven, but why are we learning? Why are our Milton quotes different? um, yeah, probably something to that. So, so what do we do here? We don't do anything because the plan was it. That was the fun. It's over. Now it's just wait and see the results. I won't receive any additional word from the 4th Rifle Regiment or Company because they'll be cut off before long. If I do get word from them, it'll be a great stroke of luck. It is possible. They do have avenues of communication here, 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 and of course here, although I expect this route to be cut off. So yeah, they can send runners back and forth. We can communicate, but why? I'm not going to reinforce him. I'm not going to throw good money after bad. So I just don't see the logic in wasting a man to say, okay, Roger. Achilles says that our Milton quotes are different because we're quoting them from memory and not just getting them from, not just looking them up from some lazy person. All right, 10 a.m. report, nothing of note. Of course not. And there's not going to be for a while. So hopefully our spoiling attacks are having some impact. This is also where commanders get bored, so they're like, well, I want to ride around and see. No, no. Especially in the Napoleonic games, you have commanders leaving their units all the time to have powwows with other generals and to see things and so on. And I think it's appropriate as a general to kind of ride up and view the front if you're, the commander in charge. But when you are a subordinate, you need to stay with your unit. I don't care what's going on. You need to stay with your unit. I really hate when I see in a Kriegsspiel game these parties of commanders where they're just all bunched up together and they're, talking and whatever. Of course, I penalize that. I just delay orders further whenever they give an order. Well, that order is going to be longer delayed now because it's got to travel back to the unit. You're not with the unit. So there's a consequence for that. I'm tired. I only got like 4 hours of sleep. Man. I'm sorry, guys. I put myself in the most boring position while trying to live stream. Hey, Rankin, what do you got?
Of note, do you have orders for me?
No, thank you.
Alright.
All right. It's a pretty easy Kriegsspiel game. So what do you do in Kriegsspiel? Mostly I sit there and say no. it's like a parenting simulator. Hey Dad, can I, I'm 10, can I take apart the car? No. Hey Dad, can I run off into the middle of nowhere with people I barely know? No. Oh Lord. All right. Nothing going on. Let's see here. Achilles with more commentary again. Very few people have the patience for the waiting game. It is often an advantage for those who do, to be honest. Too many players feel like if they're not doing something, they are losing. Yeah, yeah. And what you're actually doing is probably messing something up. It's just like in real life. Just sitting there and keeping your mouth shut is actually a great strategy for getting ahead. I think Abraham Lincoln said, it's better to be thought a fool than to open your mouth and remove all doubt. So, yeah, there's something to it. as I prattle on. Okay, EJ says he would have ordered forward companies to send runners back, telling when they're in enemy contact and on enemy numbers, just because it's nice to know. So yeah, I would not want that because I want every rifle shooting, not running back to tell me something. We know that the enemy numbers are essentially overwhelming, so I'm not concerned with how many there are as I am with where they are. And how many they are does not make any difference to the defense. It's just, again, it's about where they are. There is no expectation of survival or ultimate victory here. So, you know, yeah. Emmanuel says it makes me think about a battle on the Italy 1796 game, but this is a spoiler. Okay. We don't want to.
Hello, Marshall.
Go ahead.
Sorry to do this to you. Nothing of note. Orders from me?
No,
no?
thank you. No, thank you. So as you can see, I'm a pretty easy player to umpire. So I don't have a lot going on. And I'm just going to chill. So 10, 15, nothing of note is reported to me. So we're just going to kind of hang out. I did get a screenshot. This is interesting. I did get a screenshot here. So this here is our position. Our position here is a little more forward than I expected and exposed. I expected our position to be further to the rear, behind this higher ground, with AT gun up here, not here. Unless this is also AT gun, it might be. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how this goes. But now I suspect that my ambush around Insu is a little bit forward. I just hope that they've taken care to really conceal their positions, that the Germans walk into the ambush rather than deploy and overrun it in an organized fashion. So the whole strategy is based on getting some hits in when the enemy isn't expecting them. What I would call a sucker punch. I'm tired. Too little sleep. Okay, let's see here. I need a blanket and a pillow. The cool thing is I bought a new wireless headset because my other one basically died. And this one has a little better range. I really can lay down and play Kriegsspiel from bed. course, I could just use my laptop, couldn't I? And then you guys probably don't want to hear me snore, so. All right. All right, standing by.
Hey Marshall, would you like an aide de camp?
I don't have a use for one, but I guess.
All right, because someone joined late and they don't basically have anything else to do. So
Okay.
All right.
All right. It's over there. Go look out your front window.
Hello, Comrade Commander.
Hello.
I'm your new assigned aide-de-camp.
Oh, okay. Well, our orders are to hold this position and die. Um, however, there is something that you could do. Which do you have the module? Do you have the map?
I just joined, so where's the map?
It's in the module. Do you have Tabletop Simulator?
Oh no, I don't have Tabletop Simulator.
Okay, I'll post a screenshot for you in my channel. Let me zoom in here and we'll see how we can do this. Okay, let's see here. I'm going to post it in my own channel. Oh, we just got a report back. Okay. And do you see that map?
Yeah, I see it.
Okay, you see the little town called Insu on the right side towards the bottom? Middle?
Yep.
Yep, okay. We have a rifle company over there. Go over there and check their status and report back. I'm concerned that they're deployed too far forward and that the enemy will deploy and attack them. But they could also be well concealed. I don't know. So find a bicycle or a motorcycle or a vehicle. And probably a motorcycle would be best. And see if you can get there. I would take the back way, though. I just received a report that enemy forces are moving into the town of Lodi, Loodi, which is at the bottom of that map. So if you take that road all the way down, you run right into the enemy. You'll have to go north, cross the creek or river there, and then travel that road south, come in from behind.
You mean the road near Everty?
Yes, yes. Yeah.
So I'm supposed to inspect a Soviet company, rifles company.
Yes. Get a report. Make sure that they're not deployed so far forward that the Germans will spot them. I want them concealed.
So they have to be, I mean, not so far forward towards Ludi that they will be spotted.
Correct. Yes.
Okay, I'll send a report.
Now, if you find that they are already engaged, there's nothing you can do. Just turn back and come here, and then I will assign you 1 or 2 units to command for defense, because this is going to be
All
the
right.
last line of defense. All right. Thank you. All right. We had this cool helicopter fly over a few minutes ago. My son was wanting to see it. So if you heard me talking to my son, that's what we were talking about.
Yeah, sure.
So you know, also we're live streaming on YouTube, so we have a number of viewers.
Oh,
So
okay.
yeah, so I'm also telling them as well. Uh, so everybody knows what the heck I'm doing. They're like, "What's he talking about?" Hey, Rankin.
Hello, do you have orders for me? I believe I sent you your message, right? The dispatch.
Yes,
You said,
I received the dispatch. I have no dispatch in reply. My aide de camp has a mission, however.
alright, aide de camp, tell me the job. What you doing?
I'm gonna travel south through
I'm
the mountains,
gonna give you a
please.
piece. Oh,
I will
alright.
reach the town of Toul, if you can see the town. Reach the town of
Where is
Toul.
Tool? Could you help me out there? Oh yeah, I found it, never mind. Yeah.
Then I'll take that road and go to Insu.
Into. Yeah, alright. Got it.
I would appreciate it if I go with a motorcycle.
No, so you do not deserve such wondrous developments of Soviet technology. Use your strong legs for this.
So I'm using a bicycle.
No, you're using your legs. Sorry, mate. It was sold for the 5-year plan. So no other orders other than this.
You know, with enemy forces reported at Ludi, this is probably a fool's errand. Let's countermand that order and assign you the troops at Orica. You'll command that company for the defense. So just defend the road as they come up that road. Hold that road.
So is my mission cancelled, or I'm still going there?
Yes, because you'll just die.
Okay, it's cancelled then.
So I'm not gonna throw your life away. Instead, you'll
So just to clarify, that unit is being given to Carl here, yes?
yes,
Okay.
yeah.
So in that
Your
case, gonna
orders,
get his. Need to give him a channel then. Alright.
yeah, and your orders are to defend that road.
No problem.
Okay, good luck.
Sorry, just testing.
Hopefully, enemy ambushes or our ambushes on the enemy will reduce their numbers such that their will to push on and attack and their ability to do so will be substantially diminished by the time they reach your position. In any case, kill as many of them as you can. So it's a very
So
straightforward
we're on
mission.
the losing side right now.
Why? What? No, we're not German. We're Soviets. We're on the winning side. Um, we
Okay, comrade commander.
yes, we win by resisting the enemy with everything we have. So we are to continue to do that. and they send us these new recruits, but they are not well taught in how to survive under the Stalinist regime. That's okay. That's why we're here.
I have a gut feeling that the troops in the south probably have been pushed back. I'm just feeling that.
You mean our men or the fascists?
Our men.
Yeah, the men. Okay. Maybe, and they should filter back to this position and take up defenses alongside us. If they have done their job well, the enemy will have been significantly depleted as a result of the encounter. So we'll see. I can't worry about them now. We have much bigger things to worry about, such as how will this affect my credit score? Of course, we don't have credit scores. It's the Soviet Union and it's 1941, but maybe someday. All right, I'm waiting for one more report. I think we should start getting more interesting reports since the enemy is closer to us now. Enemy positions have been reported here, moving up in the vicinity of Lodi, here or here. We don't know exactly which, but we do know that there's enemy forces there. We also know that we have friendly forces here in position to counterattack. Their orders are to launch a spoiling attack into the enemy flank once the enemy appears. If the forces are up here, well, we don't know which road. We did have a line of defense here with the aim of a counterattack here, but we don't know what's happened to that. We do know they encountered the enemy, and as far as we know, they may or may not be in retreat. Okay, 10:45. Go ahead.
There is shooting. You've begun hit distant shooting to the south. Intense distant shooting.
That's what I want to hear.
And that's all. That's all I have for you. I'll come back if you have orders at a later date.
No orders. What if in my critique I'm told by the umpires you should have been more active in the defense? You just stood there the whole battle. All right, so we don't know what's happened here, and we're not going to. I don't expect to, nor do I need to. Nice to know, but just doesn't matter. Here's a cool town right here. It's a pretty cool place. Actually, I've not been there, but I understand it's pretty cool. If you want to be totally cool, you go here. That's totally cool. If you're crazy, this is where you go. You go to kook. Oh my goodness. If it's a Sunday brunch, you might want to get yourself a masamosa. Mimosa, masamosa, same thing. I'm having fun with Estonian names. When you die, you'll be buried in here, Toomby. Oh my goodness, I'm hilarious. Oh, I could go on for hours with some of these. Here's a town. If you be good, you might get a lolly. It's next to the town of Pop. I don't know where Pop went. I'm sorry. Is that a bad panasu? Panaso? Panasu? Oh my goodness. No need to get hostile about it. Oh my goodness. Yeah, they smoke menthol cigarettes there in cool. Maybe this is American humor. I don't even know if they sell cool cigarettes anymore.
Hello. You have orders for me or not?
Negative, thank you. Oh my goodness, I could just go on. It's a real mystery, a real mystery. Mystery. Oh my goodness. Oh goodness. This is awesome. And there's more, but wait, there's more. But wait, there's more. Oh, oh my goodness. Don't quit your day job, buddy. I guess I'm not going to be featured at the Laugh Factory anytime soon. Just be nice to me, okay? If you're counting my jokes, it's him a tally. Tallying my jokes. Him a tallying them. I bet you if you're Estonian, you could do the same to American town names. Heck, if you're American, you can do it. It's good stuff. Funny. Oh boy. I hope my little subordinate's happy with this teeny tiny command. Nothing to do. Yes, I need something to do. Very well, you may play Sitzkrieg Simulator. I am concerned about this here, but hopefully it works out. Look at that. It is so hard. There we go. To erase on these maps. All right, I got 10:45. Now that's an old time report, old timestamp. Okay. My family's having a good time downstairs. All right, still standing by. I see that with my bad puns, I gain more viewers. Probably waiting for the next one, but I don't know if I have any more. But we'll see. I could sit here and go all day, but I don't want to be rude. There we go. There we go. Not much happening right now, as far as I can tell, but you do know the enemy is probably heavily engaged down here. So this will be a short game. It'll be a short game, I think, because the Germans keep, barreling through. We'll see what happens to their columns, though. I bet you both columns, two different German columns, both have had some losses. Really, it's about inflicting the psychological damage even more than the equipment damage, because if in their head they've suffered a substantial defeat that's unacceptable to them, then we will have gone a long way towards victory. I should put on some music. I could listen to Metallicula. Not quite Metallica, huh? Metallica. Oh man. Oh Lord. Yeah. Should get a report any minute now. Things have been moving nicely. Very fast, very good pace. Oh my gosh. They're having a good time downstairs.
Hello.
Hey Rankin, what do you got, man?
The firing to the south reaches crescendo before it's beginning to peter out now.
Aw.
The
Well,
gunfire is starting to shrink already.
okay, yeah, we hold position.
Sorry, you have order?
We nope, no orders. We just do what we've been doing.
Alright.
About now is when I go around and tell the men that it sounds like those were our rifles and machine guns firing, and I bet you the Germans really got it bad from us. You know, just tell them whatever to steal their nerves and calm them down. You know, just lie. Just lie because there won't be any consequences for it. The dead can't punish you, and you can't punish the dead. So just lie. Wow, how very morally uh, bankrupt of you. Yeah, well, we got a mission. We got to hold. We got to kill the enemy. It's an interesting question. You know, if you're in a no-win situation, a situation where you and your formation, your troops are likely to die, do you tell them the truth? And out of respect and professionalism, you would say, absolutely, of course you would. But sometimes, especially if the quality of your troops is suspect, I would imagine you would not do that because you don't want them to just break and run, you know. You don't want them to you don't want their courage to fail at a crucial moment. So there could be a situation where you just lie, you know. Oh, it's fine, you're fine. You create plausible, um, I don't know, I don't want to say plausible deniability, but you know, you give them some hope, which you have to do. I think that's really important is you have to give them some hope that they will survive or even be victorious. Because then I think they will resist a lot better than if they, um, you know, if they believe they're just being squandered and wasted, then they're not going to get any kind of a return out of that. So, I wonder what they teach officers in school about those sorts of situations. It's got to be something you teach because it it's not entirely unheard of in war to be in that situation. You know, you're the rear guard, you need to hold and you need to hold to the last. What do you do? What do you tell the men? What do you tell the men if they're, you know, conscripts or not particularly well trained or extremely young? You know, what if they're basically child soldiers or something? What would you do? What if they're not a professional military formation? What if they're just civilians with families and something to lose? What do you tell them? Achilles says, "You take your sword and draw a line in the dirt and ask whoever wishes to stay should cross the line. Then you have NKVD troops behind them to make sure they make the right decision." Yeah, well, no. I love conundrums like that, though. It's like the trolley problem or something, you know? It's these philosophical dilemmas that, there's really not a right or wrong answer, but, you know, it's what Kriegsspiel, I think, is also designed to test. You have to put people into these dilemmas because you want to know how they will respond when they face the dilemma in real life. It's like, was it Mustafa Kemal or whatever? I'm not ordering you to fight, I'm ordering you to die. Oh my gosh, what an order. So everything is going to be situational, of course. There's not going to be a one size fits all answer. There's going to be times you're just going to straight up say, "Hey guys, we're toast, but we can extract such a terrible toll on the enemy. We can really contribute something to the war effort, and let's hope they spell our name rights on the our names right on the monument." And you'll have dudes who'll be like, "Oorah, let's do this." I'm sure those people exist. But if you're in a situation where, "Hey guys, we're toast," and everybody starts wetting themselves, you know, blubbering, what do you do? So yeah, that's why I like Kriegspiel. Makes you think of these things. Makes you see warfare and these things a little differently. But anyway, I think the correct answer to my dilemma is it depends. Um, and then you have to identify the correct factors upon which it would defend. That would be a passing answer in my book. What are those factors? What does it depend on? Are the troops professional? Are they sufficiently motivated to, resist and capable of doing so? What's their emotional maturity like? Do they have confidence in their leadership and in the cause? So on, things like that. See, that's why I like Kriegspiels, because you can set these scenarios. They don't have to be fair. They don't have to be
So,
balanced. Go ahead, Rankin. You got it, man.
yeah, an enormous amount of artillery fire to yourself,
Okay.
around here. That's what you get for now.
I assume that's German artillery. Okay, he left the channel. Anyway, I'm going to assume that's fascist artillery because I haven't been told that we have any. And okay, so we'll have to see what happens. That tells me they have artillery, which they're going to drop on our defenses once they observe our defenses. So once they run into us, we can expect some kind of artillery. So, but what do you do? Do you leave the foxhole, which provides the protection against the artillery? I don't think so, because wherever you move to, they could adjust your artillery. Granted, that takes a long time. It takes longer than people realize. You can't just, oh, okay, well, tweak it and do this. It's not like that, especially in this day and age. But I wonder if they had to pre-plan those barrages or not. tired. Achilles says, if you are Japanese, you did not expect to survive anyway, so it's a moot question. If you are American, when resistance is no longer an option, you surrender and become a prisoner of war, then later a senator. Okay? Yeah. I wouldn't mind being a senator. That would be kind of cool. Do senator things. I should run for Senate. Come from California. You know, we only elect one new senator every, 25, 30 years. So once you're in for a long time here, it seems like lifetime appointments. Oh, my goodness. Okay. Nothing we can do about that artillery. The good news is I think we're spread out. We're spread out enough that an artillery strike on one position or one area may affect two positions, but it won't destroy the entire formation. So there's that. Just in case, so I should move my headquarters back to the town. Don't you guys think? The city up above, just off map? Move my headquarters here. No, that would be a retreat now, wouldn't it be? Yeah, Achilles. All right.
Hello.
Hey, Rankin.
The sounds of rifle fire to yourself is just individual rifles at this point, just piercing like the wind.
Okay, the artillery I assume was fascist artillery, correct?
I don't know, is it?
Probably. I don't. I'm not aware of any artillery for us. No change in orders.
All right.
Thanks. Oh boy. That lack of sleep is really catching up. Let's see what we got here. Gotta feed the fish. There we go. feeding the fish in my aquarium. All right, do you think we'll have contact with the enemy on the next turn? Maybe. We continue to stand by and wait. The debrief of this is going to be really interesting. really strange not to know anything. I suppose, but that's expected. What we do know is that the enemy is pushing up through Lodi, which is in the middle of my screen, the middle bottom. And we also know that we have ambushes planned there. We know that they did an artillery strike. We know that the ambush probably went in. There was some intense firing. Now it's reduced to individual rifle fire, which I'm hearing at a distance. So what that tells me is that the situation there has broke up, and I probably have men running in my direction, friendly, while the enemy is trying to shoot them down. Uh, if I'm fortunate, I also have units that are shooting back. And here's the Empire. Go ahead, Rankin.
Uh, infantry, small arms fire to yourself has suddenly broken out much closer than last time. To your southeast, vaguely, southeast.
Thank you. No change in orders. Okay, so that tells me that we do have forces resisting that are falling back, and the Germans are being slowed by it, which is good. That's our that's really our objective. It is one of the things we've been trying to accomplish here. Okay, so Achilles asks why I'm not sitting on the heights to my front.
Hello.
Oh, go ahead, Rankin.
The sound of small arms fire has ceased.
Okay,
the
very
side.
well. Yeah, no changes. All right. Back to our questions here. Achilles asks why I'm not on the heights to my front. Um, the reason is I wanted sort of a concave defense so that we could have overlapping fields of fire. I don't think that the heights to the front are particularly substantial. I think we're talking only about a couple feet difference. I was told the terrain's pretty flat. Um, so I don't think it's all that. Plus, it's a little more exposed. So yeah, my decision was to deploy a little further back with some trees and other things for some concealment and cover. The idea being we just want to do a good initial ambush and then hang on as long as we can after that. But that's that was the logic behind that. Okay, let's see what else. Uh, we were asked, can we have an American Civil War game sometime so that European gamers can join as well? Would be very interested. Um, yeah, we haven't done a Civil War game in quite some time, actually. We do them all the time, but they're during the week and often during the day in US times, and they're probably not such Euro friendly times. If you guys do want American Civil War Kriegsspiel games on Open Saturday, where it's a little more of a Euro friendly time, I'm sure it can be arranged. We can certainly put that in our planning. So there we go.
Sure, Ranko needed to go AFK for a bit. Have you received your 1200 report and have you
I
given orders?
I think so, but I don't have any change in orders. I don't have contact with the enemy yet. I only hear sounds. So
Alright,
no
yep,
orders.
yep. Okay, I'll just repost you the screenshot of 1215.
Thank you.
Actually, some of your troops, one of your officers reports that with this binocular he can way in the distance see some Soviet soldiers south of Verti, but south of Everti and Tule near Insu, that is. But it's way in the distance in the southeast, like nearly 2 kilometers away. So
Sure. Okay.
look,
Yeah. No change.
all right.
All right. So, yeah. I mean, there's guys down there doing things, bravely resisting the fascist invasion, doing a good job of it. It sounds like, and sounds like everything is working the way it is supposed to. And it looks like the Germans are having a very hard time punching through. So that's excellent. Perhaps the strategy worked really well. Hasn't been a cakewalk for them. All right, Achilles says the enemy may be trying to cross at Everti, which is here, which would allow them to follow the road to our rear. And that is correct. And that was noted and pointed out previously. My hope is that with the strength of the defenses here, that route is cut off. Also, if they do pass here, my hope is that they'll be observed here by this outpost, in which case we can react. But I really expect them to try to force their way up here. This is the main road. So there's no sensible plan where the enemy sits there and says, here's the main road. Let's take this obscure back road instead, where only a portion of our units can pass, and it looks like there's cuts and other things in the road. And in order to do so, we're going to fight through this horse here. So while, as per the map, I think it is a possibility, I don't think it's likely. So I have put my eggs in this basket here. And we'll see if I draw the medal or the firing squad as a result. I mean, if he is found moving away that way, I got a unit here that can shift, hold, while other units then respond. But ultimately, this is really where I just figured their planning was going to be. If they're doing all this side road stuff or whatever, then yeah, I don't know. You're welcome to try that all the way to Moscow. You'll get there in 2 years. Okay. Now I have a screenshot which shows me what is going on around here. And we do have forces here that are resisting in this area here. Now, what that does tell me is the enemy's going to say, well, if they don't see, go ahead.
It is 12:30. You don't hear any sounds of fighting. In the south, in the southeast, you can see in the distance a ragged column of Red Army soldiers marching northwestwards towards Matapera. Also, a runner from the 4th Rifle Platoon hurries to your location and reports that 1 kilometer away, he can see what seems to be head of a spread out German column be approaching from the south 1 kilometer away on the road near Sepa Farmstead.
Sepa Farmstead. Where? Oh, okay, down this way. Towards the railroad tracks. Is that correct? Oh, Otto already left. Okay, so they're actually coming this way, and they're going to try to push their way up the railroad tracks. Okay, well, that's very simple. The 4th will redirect here. I mean, we talked about this as a possibility. So the 4th should be able to fire here. All right, let's draw this out. And let's take a quick look at the master map that we have for planning, which indicates to us that he really can't go all over. He can't really go off to here. He's got to follow the railroad tracks. As per this map, if he can exit over here on the left, then so be it. That is outside of my area of operations over here. So, but I do have this capability.
Comrade Commander, do you have any orders?
Yeah, I don't know if it's much of an order, but the 4th company is to, I'll send you a screenshot here in red 1. They're just to face south. This was an anticipated enemy move. You can see my little screenshot there.
Yeah, understood. Yeah,
Yeah.
4th platoon, so faces southwards.
Yeah, I mean they're
Alright.
already in their fighting position, so just look that way. So okay. All right, so I would expect that they're going to come under fire here from this platoon, and then we don't know if they're coming up this way in greater force, but I expect that they are. And if that's the case, then I still need these units because this is probably the Schwerpunkt. This is a flanking attempt. This is the Schwerpunkt, and it is possible they could have something here. And these troops that have just come in from the south, if there are any that are combat effective, could be redirected over this way. But having them here, if they still have ammunition, if they're still capable of resisting, having them here, that's not bad either. That's a great flanking position. So I'm really reluctant to take some of these guys and send them over here. Although, taking a squad or something and parking it right around here ain't a bad idea. So I almost think I should take this unit here and reposition it here. But we'll wait for another development. Okay, so Achilles says your current location is a potential cul-de-sac if they use their artillery to hit the 2 crossing points to your rear to pin you in while attacking you. There would be no escape route. Escape route? What's an escape route? Who's escaping? They're not going to escape us. That's the strangest thing. Anyway, of course, I do not know the details of the scenario, so maybe they cannot do that. And indeed, your eggs are definitely in that basket, says Achilles. Yeah, what Achilles is actually trying to say, in all seriousness, is that enemy artillery can drop, here and here, and I ain't going anywhere. I'm not going anywhere. I'm stuck. But that's understood. We don't have the option or the luxury of retreating or running away. If we do, it's going to be per the man. It's going to probably be into the marshes where the Germans are less likely to follow. You're going to lose your boots, parts of your uniform, your weapon. You're going to be lucky to climb out of those marshes alive. And then you'll have to hope that you can link up with a group of partisans rather than being captured and shot on the spot by Germans. So it's not going to be a good situation.
All right, it's 12:45. Senior Lieutenant, I think it's Alexei Vasin. Anyways, the commander of the 2nd Rifle Company marches ahead of his ragged infantry column in the southeast, which is currently heading to the rear, away from the open plains to rest and reorganize. And he meets Comrade Commander Marshall in the west near the 4th Air Rifle Platoon near the railway. As the two commanders are conversing with each other, they can personally see through the binoculars in the distance a clear column of spread out German infantry beginning to cross the railway in the south, marching on road north-northwest.
Okay.
Thank you.
Comrade
Lieutenant, what is your report, please?
Enemy bypassed my position on the road. According to your orders, organize something look like a attack an enemy on the road near Ludi village, but it appears that it's only a small enemy force in the village itself, and our fierce firefight ordered my men to withdraw, and my officer reported me that enemy draw on other side of the river and march north towards your position. I decided to march and meet up
Okay.
with
Is
like
there any possibility of the enemy moving through Everti, Everti?
no, nope, nope. I was before Everty all of the time and nothing moved by around me.
Okay.
My men need to some time to reorganize and expecting them to be ready next.
Okay. Do you see the railroad behind me?
Yes.
That may be a safe place for them to recover and reorganize momentarily. Otherwise, the position that you're in, which is near the marsh in the east, I don't know how much rest you'll get there since I expect the enemy to be moving up that road and fighting his way up. It's a good position for you, but if your men don't have the means to resist or fight, well, you need ammunition to fight. So I'll leave you at your discretion. Go ahead.
They're ready to fight. They just got tired because they crossed the swamp.
All right, let's leave them in that position then and have them lie down and rest and catch their breath. If they have ammunition and other things, you can always send runners back or have some forwarded to you.
Yes.
Perfect. So that's what we'll do. Make sure they're equipped and ready and give them rest and water, and hopefully the Germans walk into this trap.
Do we have any orders, comrades?
Yes, send ammunition to the other platoon here so they can rest and rearm and be prepared. Otherwise, Lieutenant will give his orders.
Now I actually would like to repeat the captain's orders because I didn't get what position you meant. So you want my man to just lie down right there and rest this turn, or they will move further north?
I'll leave it at your discretion. You choose. But I like
Okay,
I like
we still
having you on the flank.
okay for this turn. We're staying in the place. My company staying in place, um, and resting, fitting.
Understood.
Okay. Well, good luck, Lieutenant.
Oh, I should inform you that Karl Ratzenberg, who is taking care of, who was assigned the first platoon of the first infantry regiment, the first rifle platoons, the first infantry platoon of the first company. He hasn't not been doing anything, so Marshal, that unit is under your command again. Looks like he has needed to go somewhere.
Oh, okay. So that's back in because he's still in the Red 4 channel.
Yeah, he's AFK currently and
Okay.
hasn't been
No
responding
worries.
for.
No change in orders.
All right.
Okay.
I'm pretty confident in terms of enemy. I have at least one turn to regroup if enemy will appear from south.
Yeah,
Because
I'm only concerned that they will divert up that side road to Averti and flank us. And if that happens, we need to defend at Toygaste, which is to our rear. You see where the road crosses over?
Tagaste, yeah, I see this.
Yeah, if they are on the east side of that river, it will be hard for us to fight them, and we need to block them at Toygaste.
Again, we have one turn of upper hand before they will do something in the east because, as I said, nothing moved through my position.
Good.
I stayed for a pretty long time. And only the enemy who moved from south, because while I seen the enemy marching on a Ludi, I also get reports that there are massive artillery fire. It was happened basically in the same time. massive artillery fire on myself, and after that, only small arms fire in addition. So probably if they have something to send, it will be really big.
Did you inflict many damage on their force?
I didn't get any report about the damage, but my man took some damage in one of my platoon, couple of men, and I believe that because enemies withdraw, they also took at least the similar damage or greater.
Good. Good. Okay. All right. Yeah. Just stay with your men, recover them, and make sure that keep an eye on Averti. If enemy pass through there, I want you to move quickly to Toisgate and defend that position. Otherwise,
So,
hopefully they come up this main road and we can ambush them again.
okay, then there is no clear position right there where I can deploy my men. Just completely.
Yeah.
Hello?
In the distance, you can see on the railway the Rahetsema, just before the Rahetsema bridge. You see German troops just standing there, like waiting, milling around, loitering. Whatever word you used to describe.
Okay, well, reach out and touch them if we can. Otherwise, we're not going to leave our position, but if, snipers or someone can shoot them, then absolutely. Otherwise, we hold our position.
As second company orders to move up further north and take position north to the Lowry with 4th, 1st, and 2nd platoons, as well as anti-tank platoon, while the 3rd platoon, the damage platoon, the one platoon which is damaged.
The damage platoon is second platoon.
Okay, then great. So then second platoon, switch them. The second platoon then will march up north, and took positions towards Toigas.
Sorry, and I didn't understand about the rest of your guys.
The rest of my guys will just march kinda north, a little bit north, and will stay around Lowry.
Lowry, alright.
Actually, yeah, they will be around Lowry for the time.
And are you going to move on that?
I will go and move. Actually, Captain, if you allow me to, I will move towards Orica and will observe that area.
Okay, I have a unit there in Orica, but yes.
If I need you there, I can be there, but
Yeah, I just want you to be able to ambush the enemy as he comes up that road. That's the most important thing. The ability to ambush the enemy there.
yes.
Okay.
So then I will move up them. I will move up on the position of that platoon actually, which stays on Lowry. It's give me a second, please. This
So
platoon.
wait, sorry. You're moving the first, third, and fourth platoons to Lowry.
My current positions there in column, and there is one platoon up right of them. So my platoons will stay behind and between the main force of the first company, and so basically between this platoon, which right of them, and the main first company forces. And I will personally stay with that first company platoon, observing the area of the road. Well, my boys will be just in the back, as well as that platoon which I mentioned will move up on the north.
Where does your AT go?
We follow the boys.
Okay.
But that's platoon which I mentioned. It's I believe it was second platoon, right? Which damaged.
Second platoon is damaged. It's moving towards Toigaspe.
Yes. Exactly.
It will move you into your separate channels once the next turn begins.
Yeah. We can use them as a reserve if need.
Right.
And the rest platoons can take defense.
Yeah, I have defenses at Lori as well. So I have defenses at Lori, Orica, and Sinaliku. That's where my units are positioned, and I expect they should do pretty well. Um, we just want to be able to hit them from as many different sides as we can. And if they're not moving through a Verdi, then I think we're going to be in good shape. They'll have to fight their way through us. Let me know when your soldiers are recovered. Um, you know, if that
I believe there.
happens.
I believe there are for this turn because we didn't tire it that much.
Okay, good.
River. Small rivers.
Hello.
Hello.
The Germans have turned south from Rahetsema. They're going elsewhere. You can no longer see them. They've gone back into the forest.
Okay.
I'll be back for orders later.
All right. Okay. Well, I guess they didn't like that. You didn't like that approach. So now I guess we just turn everything back the other way. So let's just erase all this. Let's erase everything rather than mess with it. Okay, so the Germans now are doing this. Okay. Still think they're doing this. And I'm concerned about them doing this. So I have units that came in as basically as around here, but I think he's given orders to move here, which is a little redundant with my existing defenses. But until I know they're fully recovered, I don't want to keep moving things around, especially if the Germans are down or in here. If they're not in here, then yes. But also, I really think this is the next attack. It has to be, and they're just going to have to say, look, we're going to have to fight our way through there. But I really also suspect that, yeah, since this didn't work, obviously they have a let's outflank them mentality. So if that didn't work, what's to say this doesn't go over here and become this? It very well might. So if I find that Senior Lieutenant Oleski Vasyan has moved his forces here, where they are redundant with mine, I may very well order him here to hold that position. So let's see what happens. Let's take a look back at the YouTube. Achilles says this is the moment when you should do the opposite of what you think you should do. And that was probably like 20 minutes ago. So we'll see. there we go. Defense is redirected there. I don't have. I guess it's 4th Rifle Company or whatever. Here we go. Well, he's giving me an image. He didn't redirect my defenses yet, but he will.
Hello.
Hello?
Actually, sorry, I lied to you. Not unhello. All right. Hello. Sorry.
All right.
Steve Runner, saying that German troops have been spotted moving in a large group along the river, like around the village of the villages of Tabre and Everti.
Well, there we go. That was
The other side
expected.
of the river.
Okay. All right. Orders are for the. Let's see. I want the 3rd.
Wait, I'm gonna wait. No, sure. Just give me orders now. Just give me orders now. Never mind.
Okay.
No, I'm saying if you have your orders already, just it's fine. You can give them to me now.
Okay.
If you already have them formulated.
Yes. I'll send you a screenshot, but I want these 2 platoons to move to these locations to defend. So let's see. It's 3rd platoon will move to Ottovaski, and
Mm-hmm.
2nd platoon will move to Torres Gate right away.
Okay, gotcha.
Yep. Thank you. Yep, and there we go. So now, hopefully, my companion, Oleski, will also redeploy as I wanted him to do. And it looks like the enemy main attack is not going to come up this axis precisely because they also know this is our main line of resistance. So they are hoping that by going this way, they bypass that main line of resistance and catch us on the flank. The good news is we sort of have the advantage of, I guess you would say, interior lines. I think I'm pushing it there. But if I move these units here and here, I still have a chance of defending against them. Now, the problem is we've left our defensive positions. This unit here, however, can complement this unit here, right here, by firing this way. And also, the other units we have from Senior Lieutenant Vassian may also move here and concentrate there. Now, if I'm the enemy, this is a nice time for an artillery strike, and that artillery is going to fall right here. I can't do anything about that, though, other than pray. That's not the case, and that the enemy says, well, with our troops moving through there, we're not going to drop artillery. We don't want to crater up the road.
Hello, Marshal.
Go ahead.
Are you going to move yourself? Or are you going to stay in your position?
Yeah, I'll move to the former position occupied by 2nd Platoon.
Okay, so the woods there, yes?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
No problem.
Okay. So let's go ahead and move these blocks to indicate new intended defensive positions. And then let's go ahead and post. the order or for the intent. That way they see what I want this to look like.
Hello. Marshall, are you there?
Oh, yeah, sorry, I was muted. Yes, I'm here.
You receive a runner, like stating that the Germans appear to be forming up and slowly crossing the bogs, just west of Tabre. And yeah, that's all. That's all right now.
Okay, so what, they're crossing eastward
The-
towards Tabra
Yeah,
or from Tabra to.
crossing from Tabre towards between Cordi and Condi.
Okay, so they're crossing now to the west.
Yes, they're crossing westwards. Yes.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you. Okay, I could really use an update on my from my lieutenant now. Looks like my units made it to where they wanted to go. I wish they were dug in. If they were dug in, I'd be a lot happier. Okay. Still standing by, waiting for an update. Would like to hear from my lieutenant, but things are happening pretty quick. With the Germans basically here, I don't know that we have time really to reposition any further or do anything else. I think we're committed at this point. I could be wrong. If they're running around through the marsh and trying to cross one way or the other, I mean, they should have expected that once you get to the bottom of the funnel, we'd be here waiting for them. As long as those two positions are covered, I think we're in good shape. I would like these other two positions, though, filled in right here and here. So let's wait for a report. My noisy son eating snacks, making noise. Oh boy, eating all the food in the house. And hello to Red, who just popped into the YouTube. Good to see you. We're waiting on the.
Hello, Marshal.
There we go.
It
Hello.
has begun.
All right.
German troops have dropped smoke around in the village of Kordi
Yep.
and have begun crossing the river in large numbers. Your troops at Orica, they've informed you. They've opened fire on the enemy as they have attempted to cross the boggy river, and the
Okay.
Germans are find slow progress there. Germans have moved into the smoke clouds. You can barely see anything because smoke, of course. And your troops in what is this place called? Sinyaliku have reported German troops walking along the southern end of the lake. They've just came out of the forest.
Okay. Yeah.
And also at south of Lutre, where they also came out of the forest.
Okay. Good. Kill them.
I'll be back for orders in a bit.
Okay. Yeah. So they came out of the forest here. They're still here. There's still some here. All right. So we got some here. We got some here, and we got some here. And I need to hear from the lieutenant where his forces are. They're not here where I had hoped they would be. I should have insisted.
Hello, do you have orders for me?
I need to send a. I need a report on the position of from Senior Lieutenant Vassian.
Alright,
I
so
need to know where he is and what he's doing. Otherwise, kill the enemy. Just kill him. Just kill him.
alright, so just hold ground and do
Kill.
put alright.
Kill.
Get it.
Murder. Kill. Thanks. Kill. All right.
Are your troops to hold their ground until death?
Yeah. And
No
kill.
step back? Okay, got it.
Kill. All right. I mean, what other order do you give? You know. So there we have it. Yeah, they are doing me a favor, crossing over, trying to make their way through marshy terrain. Yeah, I mean, thank you. We'll kill you there. That'll be your. That'll probably be where you lie for a while. Well, forever maybe. This should be a pretty straightforward situation. In the meantime, I need a snack of my own.
Hello, Marshal. Something fortunate. As your runner was running towards your their Vassin. Turns out he was marching back, and so he runs such a short distance he's already back at the same turn. Miracle, Christmas miracle. Um, what is it? And he said he's coming south. He's crossing the river west of Toygaste. He's left a platoon in Toygaste, and otherwise he's coming south.
Okay, excellent. Okay, if that's the case, I wonder if I can pull my unit from Toygaste over to my position. So that may be what we do.
You do that next turn.
Okay, that's fine. I'll wait and I'll wait to shoot
Just
over.
think about it.
Yeah. Didn't know the Empire was still here. All right. Alright, we're standing by waiting for a report. There's probably a lot of combat that's happening now. And I think I want to pull that unit over, but if the fire is pretty intense here, I kind of don't want them to move when there's all this fire going on. But I do like the idea of having defensive positions. Because I've got prepared defenses here. Let me go ahead and post these orders. Okay, yeah, we just got a screenshot. I'll show you the screenshot, which tells me they're probably okay to take new orders. So see how we're dug in here, and we're taking losses and such here. Probably need to bring my other unit as well. So let's do this. Let's also do, just give him a little bit different color. There we go. We're going to move both back. I should have moved the block back as well, huh? Duh. Do it this way.
Right, the combat in the east near Orica continues. You can see German soldiers emerge from the south in the direction of Matapera and make their way inside the forest where first platoon is positioned. You continue hearing very intense fighting there, and the situation is not quite sure how it's going. In the southwest, you also begin hearing um, rapid sounds of battle as as a runner from 4th platoon arrives to your location and reports that the Germans are attempting to cross the river to Sinialiku and
Okay.
are attacking their position. In the northeast as well, in the direction of Toigeste, where um, the friendly first infantry companies, you also begin hearing intense sounds of fighting. It seems like everywhere around you, people are in combat with the German invaders.
Okay. Then all we can do is hold. Um, I don't want to. I was originally going to move my units from Toigaste over here. I'm going to not do that. I'm not going to issue that order. We're going to hold and fight to the last. I will personally go over to. Okay, well, right. I do have a personal route of retreat right here along the railroad line. Wonder how that would go over.
Alright, what are your orders, Comrade Command?
I will move my headquarters to Ottovaski.
Understood.
Thank you. All right, I'm here so I can aid in the control and the defense of this position. Sure would be a nice time for a German artillery strike, but I have a feeling they used it. They're dropping smoke. I could be wrong. They could have it saved just for this. But again, I'm counting on they don't want to crater their route into the main objective. So this is where the last stand needs to be. These positions here and here are really just about inflicting additional losses on the enemy before he can get up here, which makes it harder for him to make a coherent offense against this position. I mean, this is a bridge. He's going to have to cross here. He'll probably try flanking around this way or something if it's even allowed. I don't know if we're having to go this way or if we can go this way. But in either case, I'm trying to, slow him down, interrupt him, and make it hard for him to get around. With this river and stuff here, it's going to be hard for him to outflank the position at Toygaste. And even then, he's ultimately still going to have to fight those troops. So um, hopefully he's in a good kill zone. Hopefully he doesn't have any more artillery. And it's just a matter now of resisting to the last man. There are no further orders to give. I should let Otto know that if and when he pops back down. This is probably the last turn of the game. It's probably the end of the game. And either the Germans have the force and the power to punch through or they don't.
All right, it is 14:30. The um two Soviet commanders are reunited near the bridge of Orikavesky. Um, in the south, as you look south, you are met by um, numerous disorganized mobs of Soviet soldiers running in chaos to the north. You find an officer who reports that the positions at Orica and Sinialiku have been overrun. And as you watch further south, you are able to see um, that the fields in the south um, are being filled with Germans who would seem to be continuously still firing at the um, aforementioned Soviet positions at Orica and Sinialiku. Um, to the southeast, you can see that you have gained absolutely total fire superiority in the direction of Toigeste, and the large amounts of enemy troops have abandoned the crossing attempt there, and your soldiers are shooting away. Um, First company's second platoon reports that the unit is quite a lot of in disorder, and the unit needs to the unit requests permission to disengage and reorganize in the rear. And in the south, you can see the German troops assaulting the positions of Orica and Sinialiku continue uh, moving northwards.
Are you ready for my orders?
No, he's not. We again relocated them.
Okay.
Um,
There are no more orders to give. No units are to pass to the rear. All units are to sort themselves out as best they can, or not, but they are to find a position and defend it down to the man. I don't care if it's one man by himself or if it's all the men in a cohesive unit. It doesn't matter. Every man should have his rifle pointed towards the enemy unless he's out of ammunition. If that case, he should fix the bayonet and wait, or get more ammunition, whatever. But there's no more orders to give. This is the last position. So we hold here for forever. This is it.
well, do you wanna listen to my report?
Go ahead.
Uh, we repelled German attack towards the Gaste about company strength. Looks like it was the German pioneers.
That's excellent news. I'm quite proud of that. You should be awarded a medal for that, Hero of the Soviet Union, for opposing that attack and repulsing it. And there may be more medals for our soldiers to win yet here, but we won't win them by retreating to the back. We're going to have to hold. So this is the final order. So I'll make sure, this is mentioned in some dispatcher report and have that sent to the rear with the runner right away.
All right, comrades, do you have any orders?
I'm going to have a dispatch sent to the rear praising Senior Lieutenant Vasian heroically holding off and fighting back German attacks on the eastern flank. I want that dispatch sent to the rear with his name mentioned. Otherwise, there are no more orders to give other than every soldier and every unit is to hold this position and fight to the last. If they're out of ammunition, get some or fix bayonets and hold, but every man should be facing the enemy and we hold here and we die or not. There's no more orders to give.
All right. Anything to add from Senior Lieutenant?
I wanna, just get every platoon into firing. Should be, platoons from a back, for example. I believe third platoon of my company should move up and get into positions to defend this bank, the river. The fourth platoon will get closer towards Tagasti to support the remnants of a second platoon.
All right. Where do you two? Okay, continue.
That's it. I personally, you know, will stay with that platoon which I'm currently staying with.
Okay. So can you both describe what you're personally doing? Like, are you going to be in the front ranks with your men, like coordinating the troops, or what exactly?
Yeah, I will coordinate the troops.
I'll
Alright.
be in the second rank, coordinating the officers, coordinating the troops in the first rank, but I'm not leaving this position. I'll die here.
All right, understood.
Thank you. All right, let's see what happens. And I'll die here. That means I'll sneak off just before the end if I'm lucky. We'll see what happens. But the official dispatch says, the official report says, I chose to fight to the death. The enemy did not oblige me.
That's a bit of glorious.
Yes, we'll both get medals for this. Maybe we'll even get a car when the war is over. Maybe they'll give us a car. We'll see. I don't know. Personal car? Oh my gosh. They give us an apartment, a stipend, and a car. That would be the dream.
Yeah, a lot of Germans.
No, I think that's great. We've done a good job here. I feel that we've basically won the scenario. You know, and I think the Germans were surprised, and I'm sure they had a really fun game since we made it really tough on them. So I think everybody did a pretty good job.
Really fun game. If they will have some artillery till the last game, it will be very surprising.
Yeah, if they had had more artillery, though, yeah, but I know how Otto operates, though. He'll give them limited artillery, and then that's it. And if they squander it, that's it. Which is kind of realistic. You couldn't just sit there and artillery your way through the front unless you're Americans and it's 1944 or 45. But, all right, so I just got a screenshot here. And it's the German hordes doing German horde things. This is why the world owes a debt to the Red Army that can never be repaid.
All right, it is 14:45. You've been going through the positions of the what is left of your regiment near the stream, and currently men are fetching ammunition from the rear and preparing for what might be coming. In the southeast, in the direction of Toigaste, you can see that the shores of the river are littered with bodies of dead German soldiers, and in the and all around you, the fighting has reached a surprising lull, as you can hear only individual rifle shots in the southeast in the direction of Toigaste. As it seems like the German troops in the south are currently perhaps reorganizing themselves, as you can see troops shuffling into formations and clearing out the positions near Orica and Sinialiku.
Okay, I'd like the men to attempt to fortify or dig in their positions, barricade whatever they can for cover, if they can. You know, even if they push a mound of dirt in front of them, it helps. So that's it. And we continue to hold otherwise.
Yes, there is no other way to get around. I think in Tagaste it's really tough defensive line unless they decide to try the attempts. I'm just feeling that we kind of overcrowded in the same place, so I want to put up the anti-tank gun platoon in the first line because they have carbines, 45mm anti-tank munition.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine. The only thing that worries me now is an artillery strike or an airstrike. But aside from those things, I'm excited that they will come against us. I wish the men were a little more dug in, but there's only so much they can do.
I think that they don't have much. They don't have reserve to another flank attempt. I mean, unless I think we need to spare one.
Hello, do you have any orders?
Go ahead, Lieutenant.
Oh, yeah, for 8 anti-tank gun platoon, I want to put them in line in the first line to use them, carbine, the enemy. For the, I'm sorry, is it third or is it third platoon which staying behind the second platoon?
Yep.
Like the full platoon, full strength platoon, right?
Yep. Yep.
I want actually nothing.
Alright.
Only the thing is that I want to make sure that they will be able to shoot.
Yeah, everyone has looked and found pretty good firing positions to your satisfaction, so.
Great.
Okay, for myself, I want the men to attempt to dig in, barricade their position, find some kind of cover, even if all they do is push a mound of dirt up in front of them. I encourage them to do that. Otherwise, again, we hold there, no more orders to give.
Understood.
Alright. Hello, gents.
Hello.
Your troops have begun as just desperately preparing, barricading any building they have, trying to create small ditches with small mounds of dirt to cover them, just desperately preparing the land for another German assault. Otherwise, it's quiet, other than all the men hard at work on this hot day digging up the ground. Any orders?
And now I'm nervous about enemy artillery. If they haven't attacked yet. But no, hopefully everyone digs in and is somewhat protected against artillery strike. Um, that's it. No orders.
And you, Vasil?
No, no.
He's either waiting because he wants to reorganize, or he's got reinforcements coming from somewhere, or he's waiting for an artillery strike.
Mm, good question, but then if they had artillery, why they didn't use artillery against my infantry while we slaughtering the entire company into Augusta?
Probably because the strike has to be planned and it takes time. So it could be that, I mean, you can't just call someone on a phone and say, drop artillery here and it happens. It's got to be, it takes a while. It can take like an hour or something. I don't know, honestly, historically how long it took, but it took a long time. It was not something that just happened immediately. That's only in the movies.
Well, I'm looking on our man, which not fully replenished itself in terms of munition and fully rested for combat fitnesses. I suppose that Germans also resting.
Yeah, that's all you can do is rest and wait, and you're not going to fully recover at all or anything, of course. So, but the enemy is also facing similar problems. They're tired. They've had a long march. They've had to fight the whole way. They're probably low on ammunition. So, they are not looking forward. They're not excited to attack us. They know that they could be defeated here probably, and so they're hesitating. They're waiting for something.
Only one thing which they can. I think we'll get it in it. If next turn nothing will happen, they planning flank attack.
Yeah, it'll happen here in the next 15 minutes for sure.
Then the question is where we will detach. I guess we can detach only one platoon from our forces which we have right here.
Well, let's see what happens here in the next 15 minutes. I don't think there's anything else we can do.
If I would be enemy, I will attempt flank us. I will do this on the right flank around Soba to Augusta. But since they got beaten there, I think they can take more eastern, more Sonakubria.
They might.
But it
Yeah,
will take a long time for them.
yeah, that's fine. Let them try. Did you happen to see any kind of vehicles they have? Do they have trucks? Do they have half tracks? Do they have tanks?
I believe if they would have any engines here in position and throughout the puzzle, I didn't hear anything. I mean, generally, didn't think that much of combat. So this fierce skirmish uh, around Ludi, the action destruction of enemy company around Augusta. That's it. What we can you can see in the binoculars in the previous turns that enemy is a bit disorganized. A lot of men in gray.
Yeah, we've hurt him quite a bit, and I don't think he wants to attack us because he knows we're strong now. And if he has artillery, the artillery will land. If not, he's just going to have to either choose to fight through us or he's going to have to retreat.
No changes, by the way.
Is okay? So another 15 minutes has elapsed.
Yes, another 50 minutes have elapsed. Nothing has happened. Boat managers
Okay.
preparing themselves.
Okay. Yeah. No further orders.
I mean, you're my only guys. I'll just wait here until you guys have orders.
I mean, we
I mean, there's nothing to do. He's either going to drop artillery on us and attack us, or he's going to
Alright, well,
attack us, or he's going to retreat.
okay, I will go back then.
Yeah.
could I don't have a screenshot in my channel.
No, I didn't send one, like, because it's the exact same. I'm not gonna.
Okay.
There's no need for another one.
Well, maybe we can kind of spread out our formation a little bit
You
on the
want to
flank.
you want to move to the left?
No, I
Cover
just
that
want.
road from Mastruku.
Yeah, I just want to move. I just want to move anti-tank and platoon, right of Orkibeves to
Okay.
overwatch that railroad and want to move. Actually, nothing more. That's only.
Okay.
Maybe they will try to use railroad to flank us. Some possibility. Because otherwise this area flooded.
So I'm more concerned about
Cutting a bit. I think
yeah, they're gonna need artillery to, or they're just gonna pay in blood.
well, it will take them hours to actually launch any flanking maneuver through all of that river
Yeah,
marsh.
but they'll probably try. They'll try with something, so we should just be looking that way at least. I think we'll do fine. I think we've got this.
I really want to take one platoon and go towards Sova to cover our far left.
think they cover the left like that. I think you should do so.
Hello. Uh, you can
Hello.
you can see German forces moving to Lauri. You're the AT gun that attempted to move to the end of this I want to say peninsula-like thing, like with Orikaveski was shot at by Germans and pulled back. Shot at by Germans on the bridge, the railway bridge across the river bog thing. Other than that, your troops generally have decent makeshift fighting positions right now. Like barricading themselves into buildings, like making makeshift dugouts, and are prepared.
Sorry. From where they get shot at, like anti-tank?
The Orakaveski bridge, just at the beginning of the bridge, like with like
Okay. Well,
Well, we can't let them cross that railroad bridge. We need troops to go forward and engage. So if they're not in range or out of position, the men need to shoot them there.
yeah, the men just need. Yeah, they need to just turn around and keep entrenching. They had no artillery. That's why we're still alive, pretty much.
Yeah.
And
So yes, as many rifles as reasonable need to be firing on that railroad crossing. We need to deny that to them.
I
yeah,
will
just don't.
say your westmost infantry platoon is able to shoot at it. It's
Good.
just that they're just no line of sight as of now.
As long as they have it covered, that's all that matters.
Yeah, no orders. Or no other orders. Just will stay with men, and I will move towards. Actually, no, I will not move anywhere. Anywhere makes no sense.
Okay.
The flank, like the flanking is just towards the flanks. That's all we can do.
Hello. The Germans are not moving. They're just standing there menacingly.
Well, that makes me really care about their plans stuff. I order my second, and I believe that platoon which behind them sort of want to face east,
Mm-hmm.
and that's it for the company.
Anything from you, Marshall? No.
I'm
Dig,
thinking,
dig, dig, dig in, dig in.
I'm thinking about sending a platoon back and then somewhere around to Kamara to defend, but I don't want to weaken our defenses here.
Well, we already waited too much actually, so it was like 3 hours of waiting already. If they send something, it will be already like behind us, and we will pretty much knew about that we're being flanked.
Let's send our first platoon, or is it our second? I think it's our second platoon. But anyway, one of our platoons, it's around Toys Gate. Send it back and around Kamara to establish defenses and cover the railroad crossing, please.
I think it will be better if we will send anti-tank guns because it's not entrenched.
Okay. Send that as well. Send that too.
Oh,
Got it?
well, okay. Well, I have nothing to add.
Okay,
So
thank you.
are you ordering that then, Vassin?
Yes, yes.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hello.
So the it's just a storm of bullets comes your way, and lots of your troops, like heavy casualties, are being taken in this exchange with just a much larger force with better weapons, just kind of pummeling you. No artillery though, just small arms fire. And yeah, that's about it. There's not much to describe other than the sheer amount of bullets flying your way and
Just
the heavy
shooting.
casualties taken. Do you have any orders for me?
Sorry, I was
Marshall?
trying. Yeah, I was trying to talk, but I think I was muting myself.
You were indeed muted, didn't hear you at all.
Wow. Okay. Yeah. We hold this position and keep fighting. That's all we can do.
There is the two platoons, one up north and one in Toikaste. They both should enter the fighting if it means that they should leave their positions. It's okay, but they should combine like their firepower with all what we can do. Yeah, that's it. So all platoons should fire, and then
Okay.
well, that was one decision for our part. We
That's
just
all
need
right.
to hope. Just need to hope that they will have enough men to continue this firefight. Like our casualties really enormous. Two platoons being almost wiped out. Actually, three platoons. Three. Mm, 2, 3, 3 platoons. Ah, no, the platoons up north, they didn't suffer any casualties. That means that they didn't get. We have really small amount of firepower up north to contra fire them on the flank, but yeah, the platoon in Tagaste can help us fire in terms of fire.
Hello? I'm back. I'm alive.
What
Hello.
happened?
One sec, guys.
I can't walk anymore. This is sad.
Okay, guys, we've finally reached the conclusion and we can end the game. But before we end the game, and before I break fog of war, I'm gonna ask each other sides, CICs, how do they think they're doing? So let's start with the Soviet CIC Marshal, Comrade Marshal. How do you think you are doing?
I think we're doing fine. The enemy quit attacking us. He's either found a way around our position or he's simply run out of the men and fuel and ammunition to proceed, in which case this is a much bigger victory than what we anticipated. So I think we did fine.
And the German CIC Major Victor, how do you think the Germans are doing?
It all depends on the outcome of the flanking attack that Heinrich is currently pulling off. My men haven't routed. They managed to establish quite an impressive line at what's its name again? Orica, and established suppressive fire on the Russian position across the bridge. So we'll have to see what the outcome of the flanking attack is.
Now I can stream the game and I
Hooray.
can also invite you all the game in general. Game name is I guess Kriegsspiel Empire and the password is Kriegsspiel, and oh boy, might not have been the biggest Open Saturday game I hosted for a while, but definitely was like one of the longest. But
I got
I guess it was interesting. I hope because there was a lot of maneuvering this game, and like the was really interested to see what was happening. But basically, it is going to be a Soviet victory. The German last attack has unfortunately failed. The um, the German attack towards the Soviet positions, the assaulting force has unfortunately been forced back with heavy casualties. Although the Soviets themselves have suffered quite a few casualties, and basically many of the platoons have lost so many commanding officers that they're not really fighting formations anymore. But basically, as the German attack has failed to breach the Soviet defenses, the rest of the German advance has become stalled. Also, Rankin, can you like use the more transparent?
How do I do that? I don't remember. Sorry.
If you look at my screen, you can. Or look at my stream, you can actually see how to do it.
Yeah, I'm looking now.
You got the color, and then there's this.
Oh, I see. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate you drawing everything. It's going to help you. Help illustrate a lot, though. So, yeah, the German objective was to basically clear a path for the vanguard of the German army, not the whole army, but like the German forces that were invading Estonia, and to clear a path, they needed to eliminate the Soviet groups in the area. Unfortunately, though, in the process, the Germans have not really been able to completely destroy all the Soviet formations, and in the process, they themselves have basically lost quite a lot of precious manpower. For example, you have basically the whole second pioneer company that is mostly combat ineffective at the moment, and now you have a lot of other formations that are definitely going to have to sit out a few next days of the war.
God
to
damn it,
ba-
Conrad.
We finished pretty late today, so 4 hours
Yeah,
in game.
you had a bit of lag, but yeah. So now let's go over what happened in the battle real quick, and then we can have everyone talk. So basically, the Soviet plan was kind of a defense in depth. They had the one company here commanded by who was it? Captain Tolstoy, in the south, which was to defend Sulci, and on the heights near Lodi, they had another company, and here in the north, they had yet another company led by Marshall. So they had the Soviet three companies were very spread out, but I guess that was the idea. The German plan um, was to basically send a fixing force towards Sulci, while the which was the machine gun company reinforced by some assets from the battalion, while the rest of the German three companies were to attack. I can actually help. Please illustrate. While the rest of the German companies were to attack um, in a flanking force towards Lodi. Now the battle started with the German machine gun company attacking towards Sulci. Interestingly, though, upon spotting the German forces, the Soviet Fourth Rifle Company, decided to abandon their foxhole positions and instead run quickly to the forest north of Sulci to conduct an ambush, as it seemed like the Soviet commander Tolstoy expected the Germans to continue marching on this road here, and as such, he orientated much of his force to face this road. Unfortunately, though, the German machine gun company scouts were able to spot some of the Soviet troops leaving their foxhole positions, and as they got closer to Sulci as well, the the these the Estonian
Locals. Yes.
the Estonian populace proved a bit anti-Soviet as it was historically, and they were able to get some hints of an ambush coming their way. And uh, also, I should mention that the machine gun company had sent some of their troops. I mean, it was about 3 platoons on a flanking mission, which was intentionally or unintentionally about to end up basically encircling the ambushing force. Eventually, a firefight broke out, with the Germans taking some casualties in the initial minutes of the firefight as they got closer to the Soviet positions, and the Soviets began being threateningly encircled from the north. And upon seeing this, basically maybe an ambush, if you can call it that at this point, but upon the beginning of this firefight, the Germans decided to answer to the Soviets by firing all the ammunition their mortars had on these the Soviet positions, and then following it up with with the field howitzer battery that they had in their disposal, firing all of the ammunition on the Soviet positions in 50 minutes.
Well, that works better than I thought it would.
Yeah. So even though this Soviet force absolutely and basically the whole company was destroyed in this failed ambush, they were able to take up a lot of German resources in the sense that they were able to slow down the German advance as a whole company, pioneer company, I think it was the second pioneer company, was sent north to basically assist the assist in the firefight, and most importantly, they were able to. The Germans used up all of their mortar and field howitzer ammunition on these Soviet troops, which you could argue that the Soviets were going to lose the firefight in any case, as they had been surprisingly flanked from the west, and they were outnumbered in any case. In the combat, who do you call it? Captain Tolstoy of the Soviet 4th Rifle Company was in the initial stages wounded, and he was carried on a stretcher northwards, able to survive out of the firefight just in time to be captured by the German, I think it was 1st Pioneer Company, which was en route to the north, and as such, the heroic Captain Tolstoy ended up being a prisoner. There was a minor skirmish in the region of Lodi between the Soviet 2nd Rifle Company and the advancing, I think it was the 1st German Pioneer Company.
It was the infantry.
Oh, the infantry. Okay, the 3rd Infantry Company. The Soviets had, I think, from what I understand, they had a good initial firefight, after which they started to disengage, as did the Germans. So it was quite a successful delaying action by, who was it? Senior Lieutenant Vazin's 2nd Rifle Company. The 2nd Rifle Company then fell back to Matapera, where the 1st Rifle Company, led by the Soviet Commander-in-Chief Marshal, was awaiting in their prepared positions, not having fired an entire shot throughout before. So at this point, and the Germans continued. Also, I should mention this last stand of the German Soviet 4th Company. The Germans then spent quite a good amount of time basically reorganizing their troops after the ordeal. So maybe that gave the Soviets even more time to reorganize their troops. Nevertheless, eventually the Germans continued advancing. I'm not quite sure about placement. No, I think that's about correct. Into the following areas. The machine gun, the combat near Matapera started with the German 5th Company, meaning the machine gun company, crossing the Bogi River east of Matapera, which proved to be the machine gun company had supported their attack with some smoke rounds, but unfortunately the smoke rounds have not landed to support the machine gun company, but the advance of the 2nd Pioneer Company. And as such, as the machine gun company was crossing the difficult, bogged and open ground of this river here near Matapera, they were opened up. They started taking fire from a lone Soviet platoon positioned in Orica, which was able to deal a good amount of casualties to the advancing Germans until being assaulted by the entirety of the 2nd Pioneer Company under the cover of the machine gun company smoke. Meanwhile, in the west, the German 3rd Infantry Company began their advance towards Siniliaku. They also suffered some casualties on the way, but were quite successfully able to destroy a Soviet infantry platoon in the area. And as everyone else was fighting, the 1st Pioneer Company that had been marching next to the machine gun company before also started their own attack. This attack was near Toigaste, a name that many of the soldiers of the 1st Pioneer Company will likely remember, as the as the second
Surviving ones at least.
Yeah, surviving ones at least. As the second rifle company of senior lieutenant, Vasun of the Red Army had redeployed to Toigaste, basically as the first pioneer company crossed this river. Quite poor terrain, boggy, swampy ground as well, with all these streams around. They were met by the entire second rifle company, which basically nearly outnumbered the German first pioneer company, and much of the first pioneer company became casualties in the first 50 minutes of the firefight, and the rest of the pioneer company proceeded to run back to Maltkula in absolute chaos. The commander of the first pioneer company, then Duki, then spent much of the remaining battle trying to motivate his absolutely demoralized soldiers who had lost many of their commanding officers. Then as the Germans took the positions of Orica and Sinaliaku and the attack near Toigaste was repulsed, the Soviets formed an ad hoc defensive line north of the river near Toigaste. It wasn't really good defensive terrain at all. It was quite open, and as such, men basically relied taking cover in road ditches. The Germans then took quite a long time to prepare their final attack. The commander of the battle group, Victor, himself drove up on his Kubelwagen all the way up in the north to organize the attack. And the attack started with the depleted machine gun company and the first pioneer company trying to suppress the Soviets and cover the advance of the 3rd Infantry Company. Unfortunately, the 3rd Infantry Company, as they were crossing the open and somewhat difficult terrain, were met by considerable resistance, and the attack was repulsed, and with that the entire German force started to lose faith in the whole attack, and organization broke down. The Soviets have lost many of their formations in the sense that
Just
they
a
have
few.
lost just a few. They've lost a good amount of their commanding officers of the formations, and they lost an entire company as well. So it's not a bloodless victory for the Soviets, but perhaps at this time the Soviets are willing to trade men for time here, perhaps, if you want to be so brutal about that. And this definitely isn't going to be like a shining moment of blitzkrieg for the German military historians or something like that. But anyway, that's what happened in the battle. So now let's go over to the... Actually, let's first let the umpires talk before the players talk, and then we'll have the players talk. When the players start talking, we'll have the CICs talk first. But before that, because it's quite late, if someone has to go before the CICs start talking, they can talk right after the umpires. But now, let's let the umpires talk, and let's start with you, Rankan. What did you think about the battle?
Well, I don't have much to say because Ottovaski gave quite a good overview of the whole battle. I umpired the Soviets. It was quite fun. The absolute German surrounding of the fourth bloody hell, 4th company. No, yes, whatever unit.
4th Rifle Company.
The 4th Rifle Company was fascinating to see. It's just the usage of artillery was a question mark for me, but otherwise it was cool. It was cool watching German, especially this whole forest. I didn't mark it on the map here, but I found that whoever was commanding here, the German player, they pretended to walk away, and then went back into the forest to sneak up, like after having apparently left, which I thought was cool. But yeah, other than that, Gotowski pretty much gave a very good overview of the battle. It was fun to umpire. It was fun to watch. So thank you for that. That's all.
All right. Thank you. Let's go to Vsauce now.
Yeah, well, the map was obviously quite large, and affected both the gameplay and the planning of the two sides. But I do kind of think that, the German operation really did not catch the Soviet troops the way they might have wanted to. They had to reorganize into another offensive once they reach the city of Lodi. And after that, they have lost a lot of their organization, I suppose, so to speak. And, I do have to give it to the Soviets, losing one company but still managing to hold out was a very impressive feat. And just goes to show that numbers aren't everything. Thank you.
Well said, well said. Yeah, before I move to players, I would like to say this battle was based on the historical battle of Viljandi, which was somewhat of a skirmish fought in this area with these troops. It was basically a skirmish with the Soviets successfully delaying the Soviet 22nd Motorized NKVD division, actually, delaying the Germans for a day until they had to disengage due to the threat of being encircled. Unlike here, the Germans didn't really, unlike in the real battle, the Germans didn't really outnumber the Soviets, but they definitely outgunned the Soviets. They were supported by artillery and etc. And it was it was definitely a battle of maneuver, as there weren't really that many prepared positions in the real life battle either. But now, is there any player who needs to go now before I let the commander-in-chiefs talk? Okay, looks like it's not. Or Endless Nights, do you need to go soon? Is it too late for you?
No, I don't need to go soon. Sorry.
Okay, gotcha. Alright, so no one is in a hurry. So
Kinda need to.
okay, Crusader, you can talk. You were the third
Right.
infantry company on the Soviet. I mean, Germans.
Yeah, the German rifle company. I mean, I just don't think I can say too much. I just walked a very long way and then died, and then got to meet Major Tolstoy. Very, very fun to talk to, of course, as you do with prisoners of war.
Can I just say, I was constantly asking about that commanding officer after you've mentioned them on the radio channel, and have not heard about him since, and then saw that you were talking to him the entire time through breaking a bit of RP here, looking through the chat IDs. So that was a bit cheeky of you to your commanding officer, hiding that prisoner of war.
I mean, I didn't hide him. I reported his presence, and he would be dealt with due diligence.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I was going to say, as soon as he saw me, he threatened to shoot me.
Lol.
I said I was not able to.
All right. Let's now go to the CSCs then. So let's start with the Soviet CSC, Comrade Marshall.
Thank you, comrade. The plan actually worked even better than I anticipated. Everything went pretty much according to plan, which is an incredibly rare stroke of luck in any Kriegsspiel and in any real life scenario. The plan was very simple. Deploy I think that was the 4th Rifle down around Soltsi. The entire purpose of that was to prevent deep enemy scouting of our real positions, which were further back, and to basically get the enemy to deploy and consume resources before they got to our main line of resistance, which was up around. I don't even see the names anymore. There's so much written on the map. Up in my position. So that went very well. It was not expected that, like, they were written off. we didn't expect to see or hear from them again. So much so that when I received a dispatch, I didn't even send the dispatch runner back. I was like, okay, I'm not going to reply because we call that good money after bad. So we knew they were lost. I am, of course, very proud. This is a true hero of the Soviet Union moment that the Fourth Rifle Company did so well. When they got up around Lodi, whatever, the plan there was to hit them in the flank with an ambush, basically what I called a spoiling attack. I don't know if that went perfectly. When I saw a glimpse of their positions, it looked like they were deployed a little more forward than I wanted them to be. Nonetheless, it appears that it was quite successful, and the unit, of course, fell back, which I expected it to do, which provided me with substantial reinforcements to bolster our defenses on my line. So for me, I gave very few orders. I didn't do very much. I probably gave 3 or 4 orders the entire game. Most of the time, my orders were nothing, or it was to kill. Just kill the enemy. Just stand there and kill. Because we were positioned pretty well, and I think when they crossed the marsh in front of Matapeka, uh, that was just a gimme. They had no idea I had a strong point there, and of course they just marched right in front of it and got shot up. I couldn't have planned it better. So, you know, uh, I took advantage of the lay of the land and the operation area, and it seemed to have paid off. I had good subordinates who made right choices. So I'm very pleased with my subordinates, and in particular, Senior Lieutenant Oleski Vasian, aka Moscovite, was mentioned positively in dispatches that were sent to the rear, and he should be receiving some medal for his work. Thank you.
I have a weird.
All right.
Soviet Union then.
Excuse me.
All right. Let's go to the next commander-in-chief. So Major Octavius Victor of the German side.
Yes. So, that was a bit disappointing, but incredibly well played by the Soviets and Marshall. I tip my hat at you.
Thank you.
And to hear that everything went basically exactly as planned, it is indeed a rarity, which is also another impressive feat that is not easily accomplished. For my plan, I planned to do a flanking attack like what Ottovaski had said, fix the enemy at Solzi and then basically take Lodi, reassemble the forces after capturing the remainder of the Soviets at Solzi, and then push north and overwhelm the enemy. I used up the artillery far too soon. I gave in to the first panicked report by that I heard and used up the artillery, which could have been vital and taking the final third Soviet position later on. And it was sorely missed at that point in time, but that is a bit of future talk. I think I didn't manage to convey my orders well enough, or that I managed to portray the vision that I had for my subordinates well enough in order for them to get a proper operational picture so that I can exert my control over them more effectively through the use of properly written orders. I think that was my greatest failing. My subordinates were incredibly well and capable, though I almost teared my hair out when at Lodi my troops didn't chase down and fix I think it was the second rifle company of the
Which-
Soviets. The second rifle company? Or which one was it? The fourth?
It was second. It was
Second,
second.
second.
The second. I wanted to tear out my hair at that moment because I had multiple times ordered them to fix the enemy, to pin them down, so that they can be destroyed in detail through flanking maneuvers. But other than that, they performed extremely superbly and reacted really fast. But yeah, I think that because I didn't manage to properly articulate my orders and wasted the artillery far too early, I cost us the victory. Anyway, regardless, it was a fun game.
Thank you. And now let's start with actually Captain Tolstoy, since I think he might be the MVP since he did get that artillery wasted and wasted a lot of. He took down a few Germans with him and wasted a lot of their time, at least at the cost of his whole company and himself.
Well, I lived. My legs did not. I basically started the game at Soesti, and I was under the impression that the Germans would probably know they would have scouted out my original starting position, and so I withdrew northwards a bit as soon as the game started in an attempt to get an ambush. However, as mentioned before, this movement was unfortunately spotted, and so the Germans slowly began to surround my company. Just before this, I saw that there was a German coming down the road, and that there was a German column at around Cassie, I think, from some dust being thrown up or something like that. And so I thought I let the CIC know. Sorry, I let the commander know, and then I just kind of set myself in for an ambush. And I waited, and I waited, and I waited some more. And little did I know that I was slowly being surrounded this whole time. And so by the time I actually got my first combat, I was injured instantly. And kind of just seeing where all this fire was coming from, I wanted to try and make a breakout attempt to the north towards Lodi, just to try and delay an escape. This did not work. Let's just say that. And so I attempted to make it back to the Lions and got captured at Lodi myself. And so that was my game.
All right, thank you. Let's go to someone who was fighting you very actively in the forest near Sochi, or primarily he was fighting you. Lieutenant von Ioritz of the German machine gun company. If he's here, you are muted, Ioritz. There you go.
I'm here. Hello. Yeah, my company saw a lot of fighting. I won't repeat what's been told. Before entering Solsi, I had 3 of my platoons in the Western Woods, so I did lose them. It was out of my sight, so I waited for them, and then I sent a couple of scouts, and then the firefight started. I panicked a bit, I asked the commander for support, but the friendly units were quite far since I was supposed to fix the enemy, and I didn't realize it was the only artillery support we would have. So yes, it was very fun encircling the ambush. And then we marched north. There was a bit of confusion on the road to Lodi, but we kept going. And well, I thought the enemy will be deployed at the village of Matapera, and it was it was actually deployed more to the north. So we were prepared our assault on Matapera, and then we were all in the same spot where we probably would have, where it would probably have been better to flank the enemy, maybe to the right, maybe from the right. And yeah, I asked the commander of the first Pioneer to flank the enemy from the north, but he wasn't bushed. So I think we probably mostly lacked scouting as we went further and further deep into the enemy lines. But overall, it was very fun, and yeah, so of action, and yeah, made a lot of good actions, made a lot of errors. So yeah, good game.
Thank you. To be honest, your decision to call the artillery support, even though it maybe necessarily wasn't a good idea, it was like a reasonable one. Like I could see someone in real life who heard that his company might be marching directly into an ambush, calling him like any support, all support he had to save his company.
Even though by that point it wasn't an ambush anymore, but yeah.
Let's now go to the next player. Who wants to talk?
Me.
Yeah, let's go to the commander of the second Soviet rifle regiment who fought here and destroyed the German First Pioneer Company at Toigasta.
Well, our initial plan was to, my part, to strike German into the flank, but suddenly it appears that these positions was overstretched because I thought that I would be able to cover more distance because of our area operation. So it overstretched from there to there, and I was able to see only what's happening near Suolocha. I seen marching Germans there, and I see that it wasn't the right moment to strike the enemy. I decided to wait until the more Germans will come up north, but they decided to come south, and I really heartfully regret about my decision to not strike on them, although it was assault on open field into the roads and villages. Wasn't a good idea, but I understand this, but I feel really hardly because I knew that these Germans were coming to slay my comrades from the fourth company. The hard decision for me to not push further and just watching how Germans marching on the road towards Lodi. And then later I understand that my positions makes no sense anymore and I was outflanked, so I decided to attack what German have there anyway. And while these maneuvers happened, from this point to this, I was engaged with some German platoons in Lodi, which I really didn't want to participate in. I didn't expect them to be there, and yeah, I also expected the Germans will have some artillery. And since I was on the fly without any defensive positions, I decided to just flee north to strengthen defense on the north, as it was agreed on according to the plan. Marshall, or CAC. Overall, it's a lot of micromanaging and me going with platoons around, trying to understand where Germans will strike, and then just come up north, have some time to rest, and then just reinforce positions which I was ordered by our commander-in-chief, glorious Captain Marshall, who was wise to deploy me in Toygasta than to meet the first player company to slay them. Yeah, overall, I had a lot of fun, and it was really hard to predict enemy movements, and I was failed to do so because my initial deployments was overstretched and wasn't actual. But yeah, it's played somehow. It's played out in Soviet side. I also want to add that Germans did a lot of basically did whatever they can in this everything that they can in this situation where they used up all of their artillery, but this preparation allowed us to build up handmade positions, which is also played a key role while we detach our forces up north, which didn't participate initially. But yeah, that's it. Thank you, Empires. It was really fun to play.
Thanks for playing. And now let's go to Endless Nights. I think he's the final one, as Dookie has. I think he left just before the debriefing process. And yeah, but yeah,
Left
Endless
the
Nights.
moment it began.
Yeah, Endless Nights. Go ahead.
Yeah, hello. I was in charge of the first pioneer. For the most part, I did a lot of walking today. I so I was part of the initial flanking group. Turns out most of the fighting near Solsky was over before I could move down there, and as we just heard, I tried to chase after a little bit after the Soviet rifle company that was positioned up on Hill 100, but they just ran really far away to their other prepared position before I could properly pin them down. Which I'm very sorry to my commanding officer that I wasn't able to suppress them. But because if I was to chase after them at the same speed, I was worried I was going to get hit by some prepared position of some kind. Um, but yeah, for the most part, lots of marching through the Estonian countryside today. Before getting completely annihilated during the big final assault, trying to fight on Oriknij. I don't know how to pronounce that name.
Orikaveski, I think.
But yeah, so sorry, this is my first Kriegsspiel with this group. So yeah, hopefully I'll do better next time.
Yeah, hope to see you around.
You did great. No, genuinely.
Yeah, the Michigan company could have taken more casualties if you didn't charge under the cover of smoke at the Soviet troops.
I think in general this module really emphasizes maneuver warfare and the concept of small arms tactics and combined arms tactics, how different fire teams operate together and how they can only succeed by fixing the enemy and then maneuvering them to flank them and then deliver the killing blow, or by delaying the enemy through really sharp engagements like the Soviets did.
Yeah, it's yeah, this was pretty good counter to the Germans, just basically having a defense in depth, which is what the Soviets had. So also this module certainly, since this is 1941, just after the a few months after the beginning of Operation Barbarossa, I'd say, with all this not that well defended positions and with these open spaces, it's a nice contrast to the Marienburg line module that Marshall fought a battle in and streamed as well, which is in 1944. It's still in Estonia, but there you have the Soviets attacking, and it's a large initial bombardment after which everyone with mass goes in. So it's a there's a lot less maneuvering in there than in this, and the open fields of early Barbarossa, where you're basically trying to race the enemy.
Well, good game to everyone. Thank you to everyone who participated. I'm going to wrap up the live stream, and I'll be right back.
Yep. Thanks, Rankan. Not Rankan. Well, thanks to Rankan as well for umpiring, but thanks, Marshall.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah,
Yeah, I want to thank everybody for watching the live stream today. This was an excellent experience. I am pretty much undefeated, I think, on Otto's Eastern Front stuff. I like doing it. It's a lot of fun. It's different, and makes me want to do this when I do the in-person games in Los Angeles, probably in September. We'll be doing this, so we'll be doing something similar. Anyway, thank you to everyone, and we will see you on Coffee Kegs and Kriegsspiel tomorrow morning.